Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice. I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's up, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. What's going on? My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for showing up. Hello, hello. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs. Thanks, everybody that came out to the funny stuff this weekend. It was a blast.
Mary Santora is here, too.
What up?
Poundcake back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
Poundcake had a beer for breakfast.
I did.
Oh, so did I. That was
a
good.
good time, right?
I'm sure it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
You don't
right?
even need that anymore. We were there on official business.
Yeah, we were working, bro.
We were working. We were giving of our time and our talents to Bill and Poundcake and myself to shoot some video for the brand new Buzzard Winter Brew that's going to be out very, very soon. We're going to have a big tap party for it next week. You hear us talking about that. And of course, we went as they're canning it and shipping it out. We got to be there to get the first beers off the line. It's so cool when it hits your lips.
It's so, it's one of the funnest
So
things
refreshing.
to do. I love it. And that beer was
We did it
good.
for the summer brew, and that was
Yeah.
fun too. And I didn't even know we were doing a winter brew until about a couple of weeks ago.
And it's 8%.
Yeah, 8%.
That'll get you.
Yeah. And it's
So-
like
Careful.
cherry flavor
Yeah.
with some citrus in it, so it goes down real easy. Alan, what was your tagline for it?
I said, coming soon to a holiday family argument near you,
Yeah.
Exactly.
because it'll be good for that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, yeah, most families who get into arguments don't need any kind of, they don't need any kind of inebriation involved, but that always moves things along. Were there any family arguments over Thanksgiving break?
Honestly, no.
No, good.
Is
okay.
that crazy?
For the Santora clan?
For the Santora?
Were you
Yeah.
all together?
We were all together.
All
Is
right, well,
this
good, maybe.
because you didn't engage?
Well, there wasn't a lot
As
to
much?
engage with. It was kind of a weird holiday. There's a lot of moving parts going on in several different of my siblings' lives. So it wasn't like regular, if that makes sense.
They weren't bored, so they,
I feel like
they
everyone.
had actual things going on. Yeah.
Really though, like I feel like everyone. It was kind of not somber isn't the right word, but it was a very quiet,
Subdued. Yeah.
Yes, very subdued Thanksgiving in my house. But my brother brought my new nephew, who's 1 month old, and he's so squishy and perfect, and
Squishy
smells
and perfect.
good, and his little feet, and
Yeah.
oh, that was cool. His name's Cohen
With
a
an
K,
H or no?
with a K.
Come on, man. Just what is happening?
They all have K names.
Is it not? Oh, well, okay.
Kyle,
That's-
Kara,
that's,
Caitlin,
that's
Callie.
dumb in and of itself.
Cohen,
But I
yeah.
mean, people that take like an out of the way kind of name, like on its own, it's a fine name.
Yeah.
Spell it right.
All right, fine, whatever. Now, if they're all the rest of them are K's,
But
you
he
know.
Well, you could name him Kevin.
They could have named him 100 things, but he was so. I mean, he's a little tiny little nugget.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't do anything. He just sits
He
there.
doesn't know his name sucks.
He doesn't know anything.
Koen.
Koen. Yeah.
Well, hey, listen, whatever, right? It ain't my
Sounds
name.
like a
I haven't done
knockoff
anything with
sink.
Right.
it. 1 month old. And Poundcake, you
Keurig
guys
and
weren't
your
arguing
Cohen.
at all over Thanksgiving?
No.
All right.
Oddly enough, no. We had a really
Well,
nice.
this is no fun already.
I know, right?
We were. I mean, I laughed because it was just like common knowledge that we were going to meet up before, the sun went down. So I was like, this isn't Thanksgiving. This is like a thankful brunch. Like, we're just here.
Wait a minute, you guys ate early. You ate.
Yeah, we ate at like 3. And I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm not used to
That's
this.
when a lot of people eat. We ate at probably 1.
Yeah, we were around like
That's
2.
too early.
Ours was like 4.
Thanksgiving, though, it's always a daytime.
in.
It's always a daytime dinner because then people kind of graze, they fall asleep. You got to get that nap in.
Yeah.
You're not going to nap before a normal dinner time.
I wake up at 11:30, and that's if I don't have anything the day, like I'm something that exhausts me from the night before. If I'm like exhausted, I get out of bed maybe 1.
Are you talking about Thanksgiving Day or a regular day?
Like if I worked, say if I had a wedding Saturday night,
Yeah.
Sunday I'm not getting that. You're not seeing me till after noon, like 12:30, 1 o'clock.
How
That's
are you
when I
able to
start my
stay
day.
in bed that long? Just physically stay in. You're not sleeping the whole time, right? You're just kind of lounging or whatever?
No, I'm sleeping. I wake up. Okay, so
in and out of it.
When have you gone to bed the night before? Is it like you're crawling in when the sun's coming up, or
it depends. It depends on how late the night is. Like if it's just a real busy night and I don't get home till maybe like 2 or something, then yeah, I'm in
2? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean that sounds. I understand that.
And
but you're not sleeping until noon.
So yes,
You're
sometimes
sleeping for 10 hours.
Sometimes, yeah.
So
Wow.
it be like that sometimes. It be some people don't think it be like it be, but it do.
And that's what I'm asking. I don't know.
And then I will admit other times my eyes will pry open around maybe like 9:30, 10 o'clock, and then I toss off and go right back to sleep.
Okay, so you wake up at 9:30.
I said sometimes. That means sometimes.
Huh. That's fascinating. Okay.
Yeah, so
curious.
holidays, forget about it. Because especially I'm like probably dehydrated and I didn't eat anything. I'm fasting until I eat. So I'm really like malnourished, so I'm just gonna go to bed.
Malnourished.
I'm like, I can't do any
I've
exercises.
been that poor before, though. Where you're like, I can't be hungry if I'm asleep. So
Exactly. You go to
bed.
sleep.
Yeah.
You go to sleep. And then if I know I'm going to get leftovers, I'm like, all right, so I'm just not going to eat because whatever leftovers, I can coast on 2 or 3 days worth of meals from Thanksgiving.
Take a bunch of food home. No, that I understand. I mean, we don't do that because we're coming back from Chicago. I'm not carrying. What am I going to do? Tupperware and crap? I mean,
when you're poor, you outsmart your poverty. I'm like, listen, I'm still going to be hungry, but I'm going to be asleep, so I won't know that I'm hungry.
Right. But then you're going to be starving when you wake up.
well, yeah, that's the thing too. Then you awaken to a reminder of the fact that you have no money, no food, no nothing.
And I'd be mad because then I'm like, ugh.
Hey, you wake up mad. That's no fun.
I hit the pin and I'm like, man, I got the munchies. I ain't even got nothing to munch on. And I can't go anywhere because that takes gas.
You're playing yourself. You can't walk to like the corner store or something.
I mean, I can now, but
you walk to the
in
CVS.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, we didn't have any arguments.
The
Cox clan.
We just,
it was,
Everybody
it was
growing
nice to
up.
see everyone. I did skip church. I was like, I knew.
That's
well,
a surprise.
my mom, not really. I'm kind of leaning into it. You know, I only go because my mom goes, but I haven't gone in a while. And I knew she'd be by herself. And I was like, I should go. She'll be by herself. My dad's gone. I'm like, I'll go. And then I get up the next morning. I go, I'm not going.
Yeah, I'm not doing it.
I mean, it's not
That's
like
like
it
everything.
wasn't 6 a.m. It was 9. I could have easily gotten up and gone. And I was like, I'm just not going. And I'm like, I don't want to.
Yeah.
I so rarely ever say, I'm not doing this because I don't want to. I was like, I don't want to. And then it turned out Mass was, because usually Thanksgiving is pretty sparse. But she said apparently Thanksgiving Mass was packed out. And I'm like, well, now I'm really glad I didn't go. Because I just would have been angry, sitting nuts to butts with people.
Yeah.
But, I'm trying to be a good son. But I thought, well, maybe because I know my other siblings are not going to go. Because they're way into, I don't want to do that, so I'm not going to do that, you know, and God bless them. But I reached that conclusion, too. Because normally I would be the one to be like, all right, I'll go. I wasn't asked, but I was like, my mom will be happy if I show up, blah, blah, blah. But I was like, I don't want to. I'm just not going to do that. Well, I'll see her later. We're going to the house later on, right, for Thanksgiving.
You'll see her.
We'll see everybody. It'll be fine. We were at my brother's the night before when we got in. It was a lot of fun. My daughter gets to play with her cousins. It was great.
I went to the West Side Market Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, and I invited my family. I was like, if you guys want to come, the kids have never seen anything like this. And we're standing in, because I was getting stuff to make a charcuterie board. So I want the good meat and the good cheese and all that, So we're standing we're standing in like the produce section that's outdoors before you go into the market, and I'm trying to explain to my nieces and nephews what this place is. I'm like, it's there's like vendors where you can get food or cheese or this or that, and I'm like telling them it's all local, it's really great, you're like supporting your economy. And and there's free samples and there's this and there's that. And my one nephew looks at me and goes, "So you brought us to like a Costco?" I was like, "No, I mean, there are free samples and you can get food here, but it's not a Costco. Like, it's a market." And then he's like, "So it's like a grocery store." And I was like, "No, you're just going to have to get in there and see." And the kids loved it. They had a blast. But
that's the important part.
Well, they were all like grossed out because they have whole pigs.
Well, sure.
And
Yeah.
like fish with
Well,
heads
that's
on
fun.
them and
like,
stuff.
Your kid,
Yeah.
because like they're all reacting to each other, reacting to it, and then there's probably the one kid that's like, "Doesn't bother me." Yeah.
Not even gross, you know, whatever. But it was cool. It was a fun little experience for, you know, to see them in a new place, you know?
I understand. All right, well, good. I've got to take a break here. If you want to get a text for anything, 35192 to do that. AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch live. And we'll be back after these.
In the morning, laughing happy fish heads. In the evening, floating in the soup.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need.
Get what you need at Kia of Bedford. Right now, lease a new 2024 Kia Forte LXS for just $149 a month for 24 months. That's $149 a month for a 2-year lease. KOB wants to get you financed. Go to KiaBedford.com to get pre-approved in seconds with no impact on your credit score. Go now to the Bedford Auto Mile or KiaBedford.com. Get what you need at KOB. Lease will be enough for well-qualified leases with good credit. 10K miles a year. $34.95 to sign plus taxes and fees. Security budget required. Offer ends 11/30.
Hey there, it's Alan for FanDuel. You know what? FanDuel's got something to be really thankful for this time of year because right now, new customers get a $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. A lot of games going on. It is the perfect time to join. So if you are not on FanDuel yet, use my name to do it, and that will make you a new customer. FanDuel.com/Cox. You can do player props, you can do parlays, you can do bet however you want. You get your winnings instantly. And FanDuel is an official partner of the NFL. 21 and over and present in Ohio. First online real money wager, only $5.
The free iHeartRadio app is your home for the holidays. Open the app and click on the holiday banner or search iHeart Holiday and start listening to Magic 105.7 plus stations playing all kinds of holiday music, Christmas classics, Christmas jazz, country, R&B, tons of playlists, even podcasts. Our gift to you, the perfect holiday soundtrack. Join the millions of listeners on the iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
The Alan Cox Show.
It's really just for people who are into that sort of thing.
A totally different thing.
And frankly, it's barely for them. 100.7 WMMS.
I guess all those Black Friday boycotts didn't work. There are people all over social media like, hey, keep your money. Let's make them hurt. Right in the pocketbook, right? Don't spend your money on Black Friday. Hey, show them that we mean business. Record sales on Black Friday. Up almost 10% from last year. In the United States, people spent almost $10 billion on Friday alone.
Jeez.
In online and otherwise. In today's, what's today? Everybody buys stuff online today. Yeah,
Cyber
right?
Monday. Yeah.
Cyber Monday, right. I thought of Poundcake, too, because we were having the conversation about people waiting in line, and I was talking to my sister-in-law who used to do that. She'd stand in line at like 4 a.m. to get...
My sister-in-law's the same way.
I go, that's not a thing anymore. She goes, nah, that hasn't been a thing in a long time. She goes, nobody's getting up at 4 o'clock anymore. Stand outside of Walmart. We can get the same TV online, and Black Friday. Huh?
No one's staying up. No one is going to bed and waking up at 4 a.m. They just never went to bed from Thanksgiving. They're still drunk. They'll have a DD drive them to the spot, and it's like a thing. It's not like they're camping out anymore. I know that's not a thing. But they just go right after Thanksgiving dinner. You talk about what you're thankful for.
You
then
mean
wait in line for something.
Thursday night they go?
Yes.
Oh, well, again, I was talking with the conversation we were having a couple weeks ago is, are people still lining up? And I was saying no, and you said I was wrong. But my sister-in-law, who used to do that stuff religiously, says that's not really a thing anymore. Because, again, it used to be you had to wait for certain times of the year to buy things. And now you can just get whatever you want, whenever you want. And, Amazon's got Amazon days or whatever they call them. Prime days.
Again, this, in my experience, the one and only experience I had being out on Black Friday was because I was working it. And this was maybe 2012, 2013, maybe even 2014.
Yeah, 10 years ago.
Yes,
probably, yeah.
When I worked at Hollister, and there was a line around Belden Village Mall, and people were like, passing out pizzas. Like, someone got pizza delivered and they would take the pizza box and pass it down the line. So I was like, that's the type of stuff I remember. Kids on leashes. But I really don't understand this year how anybody has any money to do anything. I mean, Beyonce was on tour. Taylor Swift was on tour. Like, where's all this money coming from? Who got $10 billion?
People always have money to buy stuff they want. Everybody talks about how the economy's so bad, except A, it's not. B, people have a lot of money to be spending on stuff. Maybe not big picture they don't, but they always find a way to buy stuff.
Or they just go into debt. That's the American way.
Well, a lot of people do that too, but that ain't good long term for the economy either. No, but my sister-in-law did mention Hollister. She said that's a good place because I was asking how my nephews are. One of them lives in Tucson. He's an airline mechanic. And the other one he's in the Army stationed in Germany. And they're both real tall and real thin. And she mentioned that Hollister was a good spot to get weird jeans. Weird size. Well, weird size jeans. She goes, you can get like a 29-35 size jean.
It is for like thin, tall people.
Must be.
Their jeans still cannot be beat. I still would.
I disagree.
Whenever I go there, I don't know another, like Express jeans are trash. American Eagle jeans are trash.
I like the buckle.
I used to get American Eagle jeans just because they looked awesome and they fit really well.
I was a denim expert at American Eagle, actually.
Hey.
American Eagle.
From denim expert to fish detective in a few short years.
I'm almost I'm killing it.
Easy.
I know. I need to recalibrate.
I know.
I have always really liked the jeans at the Buckle. They're more expensive. I mean, you're paying $100 for a pair of jeans.
Well, because they're heavily spangled, right?
Well, no, they don't all have to be bedazzled on the butt.
Oh, they're not?
No.
Oh.
But I just like the way that they fit. I feel like they're just better made and they fit me better.
Hollister jeans are uncompetable. Like there's layers, so you can get them stressed, and then you don't have to worry about like when you put your jeans on, poking your hole through the little hole.
Yeah.
No.
I'm not trying to match with my jeans.
Yeah, calm them down, right?
I want
Just
no stressed ass
keep
jeans. I
them
like my jeans
calm.
relaxed.
That's right.
No,
I'm a Levi's guy. I just like Levi's. They've always done me well. Levi's are my go-to.
The male jeans, I haven't tried the female jeans, but the male jeans are great, and then the female perfume is just unmatched. Like my mom, she's not even like
uncompetable.
She wears like mom perfume, but she would always, when I used to get my discount, she's like, "Can you go get me some of that Hollister perfume you got?" And I got my discount, so I got her stuff for Christmas. But
what was it called?
I don't remember. It was so long ago.
Hollister?
No.
Hollister?
That's better. That's better. Well, what are you going to do?
I used to have to fold the bottom of those jeans too.
Yeah.
Like if you want to wear flip-flops, you can, even though it was like 20 degrees outside, still walking around in flip-flops with your jeans cuffed at the bottom.
Well, that was a big look for a while for some dudes.
Sure.
I mean, I did it.
And flip-flops.
My youngest brother is still a flip-flops year-round guy.
Ugh.
I know.
I don't really like man feet that much to begin with, but like when I wear, like if I go get a pedicure and I have to wear flip-flops in the wintertime, I feel like my feet are so dry and cold.
Yeah.
That it's like you're destroying your skin.
Well, you've just been, hopefully, when you have to get a pedi, you've just been lotioned up.
But I'm saying if I have to go run an errand in my flip-flops, yes, I'm lotioned up, but it's like the 30-degree air just cuts right through it and makes me feel like crunchy.
Yeah.
SantoraToes@gmail.com.
Not so crunchy. I just got a pedicure for my birthday, and it actually matches my nails. So if this is if you're looking on the live stream, a little potty nail. Got a little black with some little silver potty nail.
Wow, look at that.
What if someone wanted that as a request? They want you to walk around with your like busted feet and flip-flops.
People
and
are
take pictures.
into all that stuff. There's
want them to be
somebody who's
peeled.
into everything.
Anything
they're like,
you can conceive,
Yes.
someone is
There's
into
one
that
dude out
and
there
will
that's like-
pay you money for it.
Would you send some of your dead skin off of your feet if someone requested it?
yeah, for money.
Collect
I
it in the cheese grater?
I had a girl say that to me. I was getting a pedicure, and she goes, "I'm not exaggerating. Ask them if you can keep, like when they take that cheese grater to your heel." She was like, "Ask them to keep the skin." I'm like, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard anyone
Do
say.
you have to mark that separately when you mail it off? Like, listen, there's
know.
dead
Bio-
skin. Yeah, right. A biohazard.
Human remains.
It gets like a red label or something like that.
I don't know. I've never done that or
They
sent
open
that.
it up, think it's anthrax, just white powder in the envelope.
Oh, Hassan Minaj. It was just my foot.
It was my dead
clippings.
foot skin.
I've been going about
That's a
psoriasis all
anthrax.
wrong. I could have sold all my dead skin.
You still can.
I got a lot of it.
Yeah. You have a skin condition. Why don't you make your money work for you?
A cash
Make that
condition.
body work for you.
Yeah.
Why should you be working that body for everybody else? Scrape off some of that. I don't know. What's a skin? Is it something you can scrape off?
Yeah, I have flakes.
Scrape it off. Yeah, put it in an envelope. You're throwing away money. You're letting money go down the drain. Monetize them flakes. Al and I work retail. Boss had us come in at 5:30 a.m. Friday. Nobody showed up until after 7:30. Well, you got to be
7:30
prepared.
p.m.
a.m.
Oh,
Yeah, nobody showed up for 14 hours. Hey, you guys open?
You're like, oh, what day is it? I forgot.
Oh, no.
my bad.
I'm sorry, guys. Buckle jeans all the way, somebody says.
Nope.
Somebody else asked if Mary knew how the line at Torrid was.
No, not yet.
That is
Working on it.
rude and unfortunate and the whole bit. Jenna called a lot over the weekend, too.
It's time for Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
I need my shoulders squeezed by a queer man.
This has been Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
Yeah, she's thankful for so much. And, well, what are you going to do? There's Jenna. She's half the time she's yelling into my phone, and the other half of the time she's doing just fine. But she has a lot to be thankful for. Of course, everybody had a lot to be thankful for. Big Michigan win on Saturday. That was very
There's
exciting.
a lot of people that are probably not excited about that.
Very
at all.
exciting thrice. Oh, they made me some money, those Wolverines.
On
You
what?
like that?
How did you make money?
On
Alan?
FanDuel.
Wow.
That's how I bet.
That's crazy.
Oh, what a game. What a great, great game. But, yeah, I'm sure there are probably some local people who might not be pleased about that, but it was, listen, they had done it twice before. Of course they're going to do it a third time. It was a fait accompli. There was no way around that, but there's still, boy, that Ohio State, still, you've got to give them credit. You've got to have respect. A very exciting team for people to watch. They just can't manage to do it against those Wolverines. But there you go. And cha-ching for AC. But it'll be fine. Ryan Day, of course, the head coach there of the Buckeyes, he did get a job offer. No one thinks he's going to lose his job, obviously. The guy's friggin' 56-7. Just can't get it done against the Wolverines. But the
That matters a lot, though. People want him fired.
Why, though?
Because they want.
I know
Mike
that's like
Vrabel
the
and,
Super
yeah.
Bowl. They don't care who else they beat. You better beat Michigan.
It's the only thing that
I
matters to some
know, but
people.
that's not going to get you fired as the head coach, right? Undefeated against Big Ten teams who aren't University of Michigan. That counts for a lot.
Just you saying that sentence is like people being they're reliving it all over again. It's like they're being stabbed in the ear just when you say undefeated against Big Ten schools except Michigan.
Listen,
Like
that's being stabbed in the ear is so true of most things I say here that's not going to throw me in any different kind of situation. But but again, I can't imagine anybody who thinks that the guy is going to lose his job with a record like that. But the Kalamazoo Growlers, they're from Southwest Michigan. AAA ball club offered him their third base coach. They're trolling him, of course, but if the guy wants to leave Columbus for the greener pastures of Kalamazoo, Michigan, which is a lovely town, you've got Western Michigan University there. You've got Kalamazoo College. You've got a number of areas of academia and higher education. But, yes, a lot of screaming in Casa Cox over the weekend.
But no fighting, just screaming.
No fighting, no. Screams of joy from my wife, my father-in-law, big Michigan family there. But, listen, the school my kids go, I root for them, but it's not a football school. It's a basketball school. So what do you want from me? They have a football team. Not so you really notice it, but it is what it is. And, but I don't know. There were a lot. I did see a guy get pulled over on my street. So it was probably, I have to imagine, it was probably a Buckeye fan, positively despondent. Probably had been. Drunkard. Who got towed. Like, why, by the way, why is every stop now a 2-squad car stop? Like,
you never know.
You never know what.
You never know if someone's packing, if the guy's going to need backup. They have a guy right there waiting.
But it never used to be like that. People have been packing for a long time.
It's different.
And it didn't. What's different now?
Different times. I don't know.
Different times?
Well, I think a lot of officers are solo now, and they call in backup if somebody's in the area. I think it's just like a safety
Well,
thing.
then put 2 in one car.
And
You
I
save
think it's
on
also
gas.
but I think it's also to reduce incidents, because if it's 2 officers versus 1, I think they de-escalate the situation rather than ratchet it up more.
That's historically that's been the case.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just
the more it gets de-escalated. I see.
I'm guessing.
Yeah,
if there's another cop there, that they have to, be on better behavior in front of that cop.
Oh, they do.
The other cop does sometimes.
I see.
I don't know.
So
That's
it's
my guess.
accountability
Yes.
for the officer.
Yes.
I'm trying to
That
think.
makes sense. That makes sense.
I don't ever remember seeing 2 officers in one squad car. I've always seen, one officer in this car, one officer in another car, and they kind of like have their cars facing each other so they can talk at their like driver's side window.
There's 69 and right there in the parking lot.
Yeah, I've never seen two officers in a squad car. So I think that's been long gone.
Oh, I don't know about that. There's still got to be beat cops and partners.
Well, you're connected.
Still out there
via walkie-talkie or whatever.
Yeah, but they always were, is my point. So my curiosity is what changed. Because people have been packing for a long time, and people have been driving drunk for a long time. So I just chalked it up to there's probably not much for them to do in my neck of the woods. And so this poor son of a bitch gets pulled over, 2 squad cars up behind him, and then about 20 minutes go by, and the tow truck shows up. So one of the cars must have taken him over to the cop shop, and the other one made sure that the car got towed.
Also, I think cops are getting sued more. I think that's what it is. So
they're trying to save on gas?
For liability purposes, they have someone there, like if you're not necessarily a rookie, but a newer cop that might have like a vet there who's your partner to make sure you're following protocol. So they reduce their risk of getting sued or, the police station being liable.
I mean, because one squad car has to pull that guy over. It's not like there were 2 cars already in a line.
Correct.
One of them pulls the guy over. Then he calls another guy and goes, hey, I mean, by that time, he knows what the situation is, or she, is female cops, obviously, knows what the situation is.
Was there 2 cops when that female cop pulled you over on the way to taking Nora to school?
No, because, I mean, one look at me and I'm not going to give you any trouble.
Obviously.
But you did. You always said, I'm taking my daughter in.
That's not giving you trouble.
That is giving
You pulled me over right here. I did you a courtesy by pulling over. I'm going to walk her up
a courtesy?
Yes.
You got pulled over because you were breaking the law.
I was doing 39 in a 25.
Listen to me
it's
vouching
a
for the
lot.
cops.
Yeah, this guy, man.
But no, if I would have
Poundcake,
done the same
I smell
thing,
bacon back there. What's going on?
whatever. If I would have said, no, I'm walking into this school, you can arrest me or you can give me a ticket.
It wasn't you can arrest me situation. I said, and I didn't scream at her. I said, I'm going to. She goes, I need you to sit here. I go, I need to get her into school because it's right here. It's not like I had to go another half mile, follow me while I take her to school. I was literally stopped at the sidewalk. I walk up to her, and she kind of looked at me. She goes, okay, well, come. I go, absolutely. I'm not going anywhere. I'm on foot, man. My car's right here.
The fact that you don't think that's privilege shows your privilege.
I didn't say it's not privilege. Absolutely, that's privilege.
Okay, so
when have I ever said that? You're putting words in my mouth. Okay. I've never said anything of the sort.
Well, that's privilege.
I told Gwen, I said I was showing my privilege when she pulled me over because I said, no, I'm going to walk her up there. No, you're absolutely right. But the fact remains, I'm going to walk her up there. I ain't going to sit here with her in the back seat and be late for school because you want to walk back, run my... We can do all that when I, you can watch me walk her up. It wasn't going to be some big situation. It was a speeding ticket, for Christ's sake, right? She didn't get me. Hey, I saw an arm hanging out of your trunk. It wasn't that. It was some dumb thing where they put up some new speed limit sign, and I wasn't paying attention. That's on me. I paid the ticket. They got their money out of me. But I'm like, I'm not going to have her sit in the back. My daughter was kind of freaked out anyway because she's not. Gwen had gotten pulled over for something else earlier in the week. She's like, my parents are friggin' Bonnie and Clyde. Yeah.
Life of crime over there.
Seriously, yeah.
A little.
Yeah.
Just a little.
It's not how we're
felon.
trying. Nope. It's not how we're trying to raise our kid. We don't want her in a crime family. And so we act accordingly. But no, absolutely. If that had been you, Cody, you probably would not have said, I'm going to walk my kid up. But even if you had, she might have, again, this is not a high-stakes situation. So I imagine anybody who had put it to her like that, she probably would have said, I don't remember what she said, but I was like, I'm just going to walk her up. I'm coming right back. I'm on foot. My car is right here. I'll park it. I'll put the hazards on. We can do all this as soon as I drop her off. It'll take me 2 minutes to do it. I mean, she's a rational person. She understands what I was... What I was saying.
You're just lucky she wasn't on her cop period.
Oh, God.
Maybe she was. I don't know. I didn't feel, with everything else that went on, I didn't feel comfortable asking her about her menses. And so I didn't.
That's your right. You pay her salary.
Yeah.
Not my right. She's still...
Are you ovulating?
She's still a woman.
I don't know if
you're
a professional female. And I have no interest in it. I have no interest if someone is on their period. Don't care.
I'm not.
Don't care.
Well, I'm just
Did
letting
you
you know.
just hear the words coming out of my
just
mouth?
letting you know, man.
I don't care if
Yeah,
you're
but,
not
like,
on
I'm
your
not,
period.
So, are you on yours? You're pretty testy today.
I'm not testy.
You're a little testy.
Not at all. Couldn't be less testy. Less testy, by the way. He was the sports guy when I got going. AM 1000. He did overnights. Covered all the DePaul Blue Devil games. I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. We've got video there. You can watch the live stream if you like. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
'Twas a few weeks before Christmas, and all through the land, the people were thirsty for cheer in a can. When out at the brew kettle, the buzzard appeared with the latest creation of holiday beer. Join us at the Brew Kettle in Strongsville, Monday, December 4th, from 5 to 8 for the official release of the new Rockin' Buzzard Holiday Brew. Happy drinking to all, and to all a good night. WMMS.
anywhere, anytime. And you can get a low-priced, unlimited wireless plan that gives you a free new iPhone every year. So switch today. Visit boostinfinite.com. That's boostinfinite.com. Or go to amazon.com and search for Boost iPhone 15. See boostinfinite.com for terms and conditions.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I think sports are way too important to people in America. Holy shit, it's like the new opiate to the masses. It just keeps people from realizing how they actually are, you know? Let's face it, if you couldn't get drunk and paint yourself orange and brown every Sunday, you might realize, I live in Cleveland. How the fuck did this happen? I mean, you know, it's a nice place. I forgot that people from Cleveland will actually watch this.
A lot of angry Browns fans. A lot of just long faces and angry Browns fans. You know, I did the Cox Out pregame yesterday at Around the Corner, and it was a lot of fun. You know, they had that one big Christmas room on the side there.
I love it.
And it was a whole big production there. Not just because I was there. Listen, you know, when I walk in, it's a production. You know if it's become a party. It wasn't like that, though. I mean, there was a lot of people there. It was a lot of fun. Place was packed out. But in one of the side rooms, they had the Bills Mafia in there because it didn't get me at first. There was a dude walking out, one of those big fur hats with the horns, you know, like the Grand Poobah on the Flintstones. And at first, I thought he was decked out in Broncos gear because the Browns are playing the Broncos. Nope. Bills Mafia. And
Yeah,
of course,
big game yesterday.
they had a, Bills fans ain't happy either.
No.
You got beat by the Eagles in overtime. But it was, but Browns fans, disappointed. You wait till Big Joe Flacco gets back in there, man. It's all going to turn around. The guy's, what, 60 years old? It's going to be just fine. How old is Joe Flacco?
He's probably like 39, 40.
That guy's not 40 yet?
I don't think he's 40 yet.
Joe Flacco. Wow. Can you imagine if they put him in here, it would be like the Browns never left, right? Would it be some weird
38 years old.
38.
That's just what football does to you. Like, it seems like he should be 50 years old because we've heard Joe Flacco's name for so long.
That's what I'm saying.
He had a long career.
Yes.
38 years old.
Man.
That's Mary's age.
Okay, relax. I turned 34 on Saturday.
Like I said, Mary's.
Oh, yeah. Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank
Mary turned 34 on this past Saturday.
Yes.
How did you spend that day? Did you reflect on your life?
Yes.
Did-
I posted a thirst trap on Instagram.
Oh, you did?
It's just, I mean, it's me.
What does that consist of?
It's me sitting on an infinity pool in Hawaii from behind. So I have a bathing suit on, but it's like a high-waisted bathing suit. So it's really not even that, it's not even that good. But
Yeah, that's not
feeling
really
myself-
a thirst trap.
Feeling myself, put a little swimsuit pickup. And then, so my sister, she's like, I have a surprise for you. Get ready. Put on workout clothes. We're going to go do your birthday present. And I'm like, that's not even a sentence anybody ever wants to hear. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
get ready to exercise.
Right. I'm taking you to an
Happy
all-day Pilates and CrossFit.
We're doing an Ironman.
I asked her, I was like, how long is this going to take? And she goes, a couple hours. I was like, what are we doing for a couple hours?
In workout clothes.
In workout clothes. And wouldn't tell me. We went indoor rock climbing, which was actually a blast. It was really fun and extremely difficult. I don't know if anyone here.
Well, see, this
Oh,
is
yeah,
the
I've
difference
done it.
between. This is the difference between. If you tell a girl go put on workout clothes, she put leggings on.
Well, we had on like, well, not leggings because there's leggings you
Those
wear.
compression pants.
They're workout leggings.
Right, but
like yoga pants.
what I'm saying is, you tell a guy go put on workout clothes, and you put on sweat. You can't go rock climbing in sweats.
No, we had on.
So she didn't have to clarify that for you because you would have on.
We had on
tight-fitting
leggings,
clothes,
yes,
right.
leggings and a sports bra and a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Like that's what we wore. But it was really fun. But dude, it was so friggin' hard. And
Yeah.
I understand I have zero upper body strength. Okay, I get it. But for whatever reason, I was like, okay, I can use my legs to get me through this. and you cannot. Like your legs do nothing for you other than when they're standing on those little nubbins on the wall. Because I'm like, I'll be able to push off of my legs. My strength has always been in my legs. So any other type of activity I've ever done, I've been able to rely on the strength in my legs. And it just is not the case. There's no helping you if you've got no upper body strength. So like your fingers hurt from trying to grip, and whatever this forearm muscle is, like throbbing. It was being worked. These are muscles I've never used in my entire life. When are you going to use you don't ever you kind of flex your pronate and whatever? No. Really? Yeah, so like the top, my entire forearm was on fire for most of the day. And at points I would try to when they're working out, they're saying, okay, activate these muscles where if you just think about putting the pressure into your biceps or your back, it might help a little bit. But it was fun. It was scary. It was difficult, but it was cool to do something new and challenge yourself. Mm-hmm. Have you ever done that? Have you ever gone indoor rock climbing? I have. Did you like it? I did.
Yeah, I did.
You did
20
not?
years ago.
I mean, I would do it again, but it was very, very difficult for me. Right. Like my heart rate was 180 while I'm trying to do this because. Go ahead.
Oh, nothing. I was just gonna say I used to do it all the time when I was in college. We had one in our rec center, and I think the only time I did it after that was at the IX Center.
Well, it's not like the ones at the IX Center, because I've done them at the fair where you pay $5 and they're like, we'll give you your money back if you make it all the way to the top.
They tether you or whatever.
Yeah.
These ones are more
get tethered
difficult level. They go higher.
We'll give you your money back if you make it all the way to the top.
Well, yeah, they had, it was called Shaker Rocks out on the east side. And they have there's this section for bouldering, which is you're not tethered. You're just free climbing.
Free climb, yep.
And that's impossible. The people who are doing this stuff, and they're upside down in a cave wall, holding themselves up by the strength of their fingertips and their abs. And I'm like, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
That is not to be confused with Kinsman Rocks, which is not a rock climbing gym.
I've never even heard of that.
It's just a crack joke.
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't know what that is. But yeah, it was cool. It was definitely cool. Definitely difficult. There was
faux shiz.
There was basically 3 different types of things you can do. You can do that bouldering, which is where you're just free climbing. And then there's one that's on a cable, almost like suspension, where and then there's one where there's a person. There's a word for what they do. It starts with a B. There's a person standing on the ground who you're tethered to.
Okay.
And they help you with the slack and stuff like that. But yeah, it was cool. It was cool. It was very difficult.
Okay. Well, sounds fun.
Yeah, it was. It was a cool. And then her and I went to lunch, and then I did 3 sets that night. I did 2 sets at Hilarities, and then 1 set at Secret Society Comedy, which was at May Halls. And then I went to brunch with my other sister yesterday morning, and I had 2 more sets at Hilarities last night.
Now, was this all considered part of the birthday weekend?
Yeah. I'm the kind of person, too, though, who has not necessarily a birthday week, but I'll see different friends. So my younger sister took me rock climbing for a birthday gift. My older sister took me to brunch the next day for my birthday. Tomorrow I'm going to breakfast with my girlfriend. So it's...
Wow.
Yeah.
Birthday.
It's a lot of food. A lot of it revolves around meals.
Uh-huh.
But yeah.
Well, it is a communal experience.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
You have to do that because you're celebrating you're celebrating something that literally happens to every person on the planet.
Right.
And you have to make it somehow seem special to them.
Yeah.
And so if they can buy you breakfast or whatever, that's how you do it.
I love breakfast, so it's perfect.
What were you saying, Cody?
Nothing. I just said his birthday. B-I-R-R-F.
Correct.
I have a feeling it's probably not to her.
Birthday week.
Birthday, but yeah. Is it bottoming, that word you're trying to think of? The person who's down there?
They called
they're tethered to you?
Belay, right?
Belay, yeah, that's it. So the gym had...
I was a Boy Scout. We had to do all this crap.
Yeah.
I was too. I don't remember that. Wow.
Well, I was an Eagle Scout. I was in there for a long time.
Take that,
I had to
Alan.
do
You were
all
the
that
Marines of
crap.
the Boy Scouts?
I don't know. I was forced into it because it was church related. So we had to do it. I couldn't get my driver's license unless I got my Eagle Scout. So it was just everything that I did as a kid was basically transactional with my parents.
Do this, we'll give you that.
Yeah.
They were called the people who are certified. So they're like rock climbing enthusiasts, and they're certified at this gym, and they're called belay buddies.
Okay.
So they're the people who they just kind of hang out. I don't know if they I don't think they get paid. They probably get like a membership or something in exchange, but they just they're free to climb, and then they have like little red badges, and those are the people who are like, hey, can you help me out with this specific wall or whatever?
This specific wall.
They all have different difficulty levels. So it's one wall, but there's different
different
paths
yeah.
Sure.
that you can take with different levels of difficulty. And so this place that we went to starts at a 5.7 or like a 5.5. And me and my sister were cruising through the 5.7. So we're like, let's take it up a notch. Let's try this 5.9. Impossible. Even just
Like,
two little numbers up.
5.7 is like climbing a ladder. 5.9, you're like, what
There's
is
no
this?
way.
Is
There's no human that can do this.
It's like the Richter scale,
and they're so good, and it's so impressive.
Crazy
Each
to see
tenth is exponentially harder.
Dude, it really is.
Yeah.
And they go up to like 5. I think the highest one we saw was like 5.12, 5.12. And I was like, there's like 6 little nubbins throughout the whole thing. I'm like, there's no way. But you see people doing it.
There was a missionary that when I was in the Philippines, we'd get like one day a week where we were allowed to like go and exercise. We were allowed to exercise every day, but like we'd have a whole day off basically. Yeah. And we went to a rock climbing gym a few times because this one guy was really into it, and it was close by our apartments, and he was that kind of bouldering type of rock climber because he's from Utah, and he would just go and climb all the time. And he would do these bouldering problems where he'd be like, okay, this is the path I'm going to take. I'm like, there's no way. And then just Spider-Man's up through it. He's like, whew, that was tough. I'm like, you didn't even blink.
Yeah.
Like it was incredible.
Or you see them standing in the bouldering section. Practicing.
Yeah.
Like they're like putting their hand grips and moving it all around, like mapping out, okay, if I can go from this one to that one, and then with my left hand. And it's
and they're
crazy.
holding on, like you said, with
Those
their
are
fingertips.
hardcore climbers, though, too. I mean,
They're holding on with their fingertips, and then they're reaching into their chalk bag and like kind of. I'm like,
their whole body
is insane.
4 fingertips are being held up, their entire body weight, and they're just like, yeah, this is it. This is normal. This is a crazy thing that I do. There were some people who were like really into it, and then there was also children, and it was a really cool place.
Yeah, those dudes, those people who like free climb giant mountains.
Oh boy!
You're like, if they slip or fall,
you are dead.
Or if their index finger gets tired, you're down there on the rock.
So the bouldering goes from a V0 to like we saw up to like a V7 maybe, and. Dude, I'm not joking when I say I was struggling to complete the V1s. Like V0, not a problem. There were children doing that. But the V1s,
but you weren't just hanging on by your fingertips.
On the bouldering, you are.
Oh, you were? You were doing that?
I was trying to.
Because you're going on the...
And it's like...
You're a lot more inverted a lot of times.
Yes. It like comes out towards you. Instead of it just being the rock climbing walls, which are straight up and down, it's like a cave.
Mm-hmm.
And... Yeah, my sister, my younger sister, she has a lot more upper body strength than I do. So she was trying like V3s and V4s. And at the one point, I'm hanging on to a V1. And I am struggling, dude. And she goes, Mary, act like your life depends on it. Like, act like you're going to die if you fall. And I was like, I'm not, though. We have running water and heat and a bed and stuff. Like, I'm not trapped in this place.
That's why she said act like it.
I couldn't.
You act. You were that lady in that movie.
Yeah.
Act like your life depends on that pinky finger holding you up, that index finger.
It was a wild experience. It is a fantastic workout. We went for like an hour and a half, and I burned like 400 calories. My whole body was like upper body was sore. You're using muscles, like weird parts of my like obliques, things you don't even think that your lats and your back. But yeah, it was really cool.
It's a good oblique workout.
Yeah.
For people. Yeah.
Mostly fingertips and whatever your forearm muscle is.
303. Listen, that sounds like did they have bungee jumping or anything like that?
No.
Like at the mall?
No.
Didn't have any bungee jumping?
Where you jump on the trampoline and do flips and stuff?
Or whatever, yeah.
It was nothing like that.
Uh-huh.
But, it was really cool.
Wow. So the next time somebody says, hey, I've got a surprise for you, grab your workout clothes. how will you feel? Will you go, ooh, I hope I'm going to be bouldering?
No.
Which sounds really freaky, by the way, bouldering. They need to come up with a better word than that, but.
Well, they also make you watch like a safety video on like the proper techniques to fall and
Yeah,
things
that's
like
just
that.
some CYA for Shaker Rocks.
But it was cool. It was definitely a cool experience. I can't think of the last time I did something completely brand new to me.
Yeah.
Like a whole new going in cold. I have no idea what I'm doing type of experience. So it was nice.
Poundcake, did you do any of that at Orange Theory?
No, I didn't go this weekend at all.
But you're still going over there?
I haven't gone in like a month, but I already knew.
All right.
I haven't gone in like a month, but I especially didn't go this Thanksgiving break because I already knew. I was like, I'm not going to be healthy this week. I'm going to be drinking. I'm going to be eating.
That's week you should go.
I know. I just wanted a vacation.
He's sleeping until noon, Bill. He can't be getting up to. Come on.
No, I'm getting back. I still got some classes left, so I'm definitely about to get it in before the end of the year.
Yeah, all right. Well, we only have about a dozen live shows left. You have the whole back half of December.
Yeah, but my Instagram is 24/7, baby.
Oh boy.
What the hell does that mean?
You gotta be flexing on them
I'm still
hoes.
gonna. What's the point of working out if you can't show people that you're working out?
Well, yeah, but that's all part of it. I mean, you can't. You also can't flex if you haven't gone in a month.
But I've still been eating healthy. I just haven't exercised.
I see. All right.
Like it's just been a lot, and I've been trying to get a consistent schedule. Like when I was like super busy, at least I had a consistent schedule because I would work in the morning, do the show in the afternoon, and then go to Orange Theory right after work.
Now you still can have a consistent schedule.
It's impossible, Alan. You just gotta sleep.
It's just so much.
I mean, you can still have a consistent schedule.
It's not allowed.
You're just not getting up in the morning for work, but you can
Mornings are hard.
have a schedule.
It's other stuff.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm just saying. I believe in you, and it can be done.
And it will.
All right.
It just needs some time.
I understand. Well, you're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of losing all that weight, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I've been doing a good job of keeping it off. It's not like I'm gaining weight. It's just I don't have abs. And it was my goal to have abs.
Well, you do. They're in there.
I was looking at myself shirtless the other day, and I was like, damn, I look pretty damn good. I mean, before I didn't even notice. I guess it was when you're fat, you don't realize that you're fat until you're.
Oh, yeah, you do.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, yeah, you do.
But
especially people who have been skinny their whole lives. You go, oh, my God, what's happening?
But I didn't notice, like, I was getting fat little by little, and then my clothes started getting tight, and I didn't
Oh,
think
yeah, that's how it happens. You don't get fat overnight, but that's how it happens.
Yeah, and I was like, wow, I had a fold, and now I'm like, I got creases. Like, good creases. Like, my muscles are more defined, and, like, my arms and stuff like that. Before, I was like, I had like a fold to where there would be like a wet stain where my stomach would be because I'm sweating.
You under boob? You had under boob sweat?
I had under
sports
stomach
bra.
sweat.
Yeah.
Under stomach sweat.
Under stomach sweat. There's this commercial for some natural deodorant or something, and
I
the
don't
woman,
believe it.
the woman who does the commercial must be the woman who invented it.
Lume?
Lume,
Yeah.
because she's so candid. She goes, guys, and the commercial looks like she's just doing like a reel or something on Instagram, so it looks all kind of raw and can't. She goes, guys, middle-aged woman, this stuff is so great for your armpits, your under boob, your folds. Like she's these parts of her body on camera. I'm like, this has got to be. You want to talk about life or death? This has got to be the woman who started this company,
Right?
Because nobody else would do a commercial like that.
All my flaps and folds
It's
are
great
dry.
under all my folds. Yeah. Oof.
It's not the part of your undercarriage you want wet.
No. God. Gold Bond powder for people. It just turns into a paste. That's no good either. All this talk about, you talk about people, toxic masculinity and giving guys a hard time. Why is no one giving crapping on the dudes? Because they have it in these commercials. The cars now that auto parallel park. Which,
I need that.
Well, but again, in this particular commercial, it's a guy driving and his girlfriend's riding shotgun, and they pull up somewhere, and he just puts it in auto, and it's, he puts his hand behind his head triumphantly, and the girlfriend goes, that's, your car parks itself? That's so you. I'm like, what guy wants to have that as like his calling card fee? Yeah, I don't know how to parallel park, so.
If I can't pull into a spot, I'm not parking there. Like if I can't back into it or pull into it.
Guys like Poundcake.
But
guys like
you
me.
can learn how to do it. How are you a grown man and don't know how to parallel park?
I know how. It just takes.
I see people taking 10 minutes out here in front trying to
but
get
that's
their
doing
car.
it. That is someone who knows how to do it.
No,
You
it's
don't know how to
not.
do
If it takes
great.
them 10 minutes, they do not know how to do it.
That's especially because I live on a busy street. Like I'm not trying. I don't trust the drivers behind me. Like I am gonna put on my blinker. I want everyone to know that I'm parking. I don't trust people to just.
But don't
go
you have
around
to
me.
street park?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So
if I'm trying to parallel park on a busy street, like I don't trust the cars behind me to see me trying to parallel park.
Well,
And I might need
that's
a little
different.
Extra time.
That's different because they're going to be blocking the spot anyway if they're right behind you. But it was so weird, this commercial. She's like, that's so you.
No,
Like,
I would rather park a block away than have to try and parallel park
Wow.
during traffic.
But don't you eventually have to get into a spot on the street? Even if you're a mile away, you still got to eventually you need to get into a spot.
I pull into a spot.
Oh, you front parallel park.
Yeah, if I can, I can pull in. You don't have to parallel park.
But you need a larger than normal space, and those are almost, I would assume, they're almost impossible to find in
not larger than normal.
on the street.
I just need to be between I can be like in front of a fire hydrant or behind a fire hydrant. Just leave that spot or in between driveways because there's only like a couple spots, so you can either be at the driveway in front of you or the driveway behind you.
I see.
So I can.
But you couldn't. You on a city street, you couldn't squeeze your car between two other cars.
I would need some extra time. I have a backup camera. I have all like the amenities to try and do that, but like I need more time than that. So no, I wouldn't even try. Because I'd be out there.
Well, maybe you do. I don't know what this car was in the commercial, but I thought it was so funny that the girl was like telling the guy, not knowing how to parallel park is really your thing, honey.
Yeah, if it's at night, I just want to pull into my spot. Like I don't need people thinking I'm drunk trying to parallel park. Like I just want to.
Well, you're not alone. There's a lot of people who who are not good at it or don't know how to do it.
It makes
or
me
whatever.
nervous because I don't like. I might think I might misjudge the size of the spot. Like I might think my car would be able to fit, and then
they can't. But then you just go find a new spot.
Or it's okay. I pull into a spot and someone parks too close behind me, and then I can't get out.
I hate that.
I worry about that too.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Parking is trifling, like over by me. Like I've seen.
You're in the parking, like the street parking.
Nightmare
Armageddon. Yeah,
I've seen some trifling stuff, like where
has your car gotten towed again, or you've been good about that?
No, it has not got towed again. I mean, I learned my lesson, so I guess that's the silver lining about all this. But the fact that it had to get to that point, I'm like, y'all not even gonna give me a ticket? Sure, give me a ticket. I was wrong.
They gotta tow
but
you.
y'all give me a ticket. And tow me. Like, didn't even give me a chance to respond. Like, didn't even give me a chance to let me move my stuff. Like, Mr. Brown, move your car.
They don't do that. They pull. These guys have a quota, man. They pull up,
but they're gonna get their
and
quota.
they hook you, and by hook or by crook, boy, they're gonna get that car.
Whenever there's special events going on around here, they have they put up this little orange sticker.
They do it on purpose.
I know they do it on purpose, and I see them coming out after events, and they're like, "Where's my car?" And I just point to the thing. Oh, there, you gotta call that number there because they're like, "I didn't even see that." I'm like, "I know." They don't want you to see it. They put it super small.
And then they put black lettering on orange.
Yeah.
And you're like, there's nobody can read this.
Nobody's reading it.
Yeah.
People are like, "Oh, I found a street spot."
You didn't.
You didn't.
Right, but anybody who honestly, on like a game day, anybody who thinks they found a street spot downtown, they're really not paying attention. They're not paying attention to more than a tiny sign.
Especially this weekend, people were crazy this weekend. I mean, we had the tree lighting ceremony. Tree lighting, the LA or the Lakers versus Cavs game. There was like Cirque du Soleil down here. It was madness. I was down here for a wedding, so I saw it all. Like I heard a bunch of stuff going on. I was like, "Uh-oh, they shooting." It was just fireworks.
No, there was a shooting at the tree lighting ceremony.
There was?
There was, yes.
At
I know
the
we have to.
tree lighting?
Yes, I know we have to go to break, but there was
can't have nice things.
There was like an active shooter situation at the tree lighting ceremony because at Hilarities, I was performing there, and everyone was like freaking out, and people were running and stuff, and we heard from other people, and then they posted about it online, and.
Well,
yeah,
I think that was way later because I heard a bunch of things shooting off. I heard I was like, "Uh-oh." And of course, me being nosy, I peeked my head out the door. I was like, "What's going on?" And then it was fireworks. I was like, "Oh, thank God." Exactly like that.
Yeah, as an active shooting. Justin Bibb's like, God damn it, man. Can't I just have one thing in this godforsaken town where people aren't trying to shoot the place up? Man. What's his name was right? Phil Jackson? What's his name was right?
Cleveland is perceived to be the butthole of the world sometime, right?
Man. Al, I'm 34. I've never had to parallel park once.
That's what I'm talking about. You don't have to. It's
not a badge of honor. I mean,
you pull into a spot or park somewhere else.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it's not that hard to learn.
It's not.
It's really not that hard.
You do it in driving school.
Yeah, but
they
I can do
teach
it.
you in driver's ed.
That doesn't mean nothing. There's a lot of people, they teach you maneuverability, and I know a lot of people on the road that can't maneuver worth a crap.
Right.
It's called steering.
Yes, it's not that hard.
You don't have to parallel park for your driver's test.
Yes, you do.
You got to it's maneuverability.
That's what
it's different now.
maneuverability is.
Well,
But, like, it's
do they or not? I'm old, I know, but do
It's
they
not
still
called
teach
parallel
it?
parking.
It's maneuverability.
It's
No,
you
but
go-
is that part of it?
No, you go up, and then you back up to the left. You go back up, and then you back up to the right. That's it. You don't
It's
have to
steering.
parallel. It's
Not
steering.
turning
It's
around.
called maneuverability.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's not parallel parking.
Do they still teach the 3-point turn?
No.
What's going on?
Nothing.
I mean, these are
people don't know how to
Alan
drive.
drives in cursive.
It's not. It's really got nothing to do with my age. These are like fundamental parts of operating a car.
Not for the state of Ohio.
They changed it.
Wow. I guess so.
Need to get my temps
Well,
again.
you really need less and less training on everything, don't you? There's like jobs that are like, you should really have some information. They go, we don't need that.
Be
Nah.
fine.
Yeah. SATs for college? Nah. We just want the tuition money. We don't need all that. Hey, do I need a certification for this job that requires a lot of... Nah.
What, a forklift? No,
Nah,
you'll be
come
fine.
on. You'll be okay.
Just don't crash it.
Yeah. Oh, I do have to break. Hey, you want to get a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. I'll have those Rolling Stones tickets for you after this break. They have set that show in Pittsburgh in 2024. I will have those for you all this week around 3:20.
The Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
families, and their communities. I'm Katherine Townsend. I've launched a new show on the Hell and Gone feed, Hell and Gone Murder Line. Every week, I feature a new case and help as much as I can to get the word out about unsolved murders. Listen to Hell and Gone Murder Line on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey, it's time to give stuff away with Alan Cox.
I'm so used to sending people out of town, I forgot that the Rolling Stones were playing here in Cleveland. It's that Green Day show I had in the brain, Pittsburgh. No, the Stones are coming back to Cleveland for the first time in a long time, almost 20 years. Next June 15th, it's a Saturday night in downtown Cleveland. They're going to play Cleveland Browns Stadium. These tickets are not even on sale until Friday. So I will have them for you all this week before everybody else can grab them. RollingStones.com is where they will be available come Friday morning. Caller 10, you got 2 for the Stones. I haven't even heard who's with them yet, but who cares? Next June, Cleveland Browns Stadium. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Some things are too good to be true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True that.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$320 all week for people who are asking me when they can get Stones tickets. You guys ever seen the Rolling Stones? You guys, anybody care about that? No.
It's my uncle's favorite band of all time.
Favorite band of all time? Wow.
I've never seen them.
I've seen it a couple times.
I have no
think,
idea who any of my uncles.
Well, that's how much he loves them. Is that like that's what he
part
talks
of his personality.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
fair,
He's got the
fair.
lips on everything.
Yeah.
I saw the Rolling Stones in '89. It was a Steel Wheels tour. That was the first time I saw them. And I only went for Living Color because
That's who you are. Yep.
Well, but '89 was the year that the Stones got into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So it was like, I think that tour preceded that induction, but Mick Jagger had gotten Living Color signed to Epic Records. He produced the Vivid album, and the Rolling Stones by that time had kind of really fallen apart. Dirty Work had come out in the mid-'80s, and they had fractured the band, right? It was for people who remember back, the Dirty Work era, that was the Rolling Stones in like day glow suits, and they had really kind of lost their way. Mick Jagger and Keith Richards.
The 80s did that to a lot of people.
It did.
Like, well, because of what happened with disco and then with new wave and how popular that was and all the just the synthesizer music and stuff. Like,
you had a
were
lot
just
of
like,
bands.
What are we doing here?
Yes.
We gotta adapt. We gotta get on MTV.
I mean, there was a period where Kiss was wearing hot pink leggings on stage, you know. Yeah, so you're absolutely right. There were a lot of bands that were dipping their toe into what they thought might be like the next big thing, and they were like, it didn't work for them. But it wasn't even that. I mean, the Stones can kind of, as far as the vibe of the band, you can kind of do no wrong. It's just the Dirty Work wasn't very good. I mean, you could tell these guys were not getting along. The songs just weren't that great. And so when Steel Wheels hit, they had kind of mended their fences, and there were people calling it a Stones reunion album, even though it had only been 3 or 4 years. And so, yeah, I saw them in '89. They did they didn't even play Chicago. We had to go up to a place called Alpine Valley, which is a couple hours north into Wisconsin. And they did 3 nights at Alpine Valley. They probably played, back then they probably played Municipal Stadium in Cleveland in the late 80s. But a good show. And I saw them 10, 15 years ago at Pearl Jam. And so I don't know who's opening for the Stones on this run, but they haven't been in Cleveland in a long time. I mean, this album they're supporting is their first new record in 18 years. So it's probably been that long since they've played Cleveland. But I'm just happy they're coming here, and we don't have to send people out of town because that's not always the case. We're sending people to Pittsburgh to see Green Day. We're sending people to Detroit to see Metallica. And so I'm glad that the Stones are coming to play Cleveland. Will your uncle go see them?
I'm sure that he will.
Yeah.
I wonder, so if this is their first new album in 18 years, if you're a band like the Rolling Stones, how many new songs do you play? Because they've got 4 hours of hits.
Yeah.
Do you even waste your time? Do you open with 1 or 2 of them? You know, like.
I mean, I don't know how much people are going to be paying attention to it. I would say they should, because the new record is really good. And so I have a feeling they'll probably, I mean, over the course of 3.5 hours, you can probably play half the record, right?
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. You're going to be playing. Yeah, I don't know.
You have so many hits
So
that you
many
don't want
songs.
to piss off the people who've been a fan of you for 40 years by playing
you're not
your
gonna,
new record in
You're not
its
going to
entirety.
Peter Gabriel it and just go up and be like, this is the new stuff.
Yeah, but also I don't know that Stones fans get mad at that, because even if they play a new song, you know right behind it is Tumbling Dice
Well,
or
that's the thing.
Bitch, or, you know, they're
I
like,
think
hey.
the Stones know how to do it. Like, hey, we're going to play a new song, and then, you know, we're gonna put 4 new songs into a set of 30 hits.
See, that's
it's
what I
gonna
didn't
be-
know.
Nobody who knows what they're doing is going to do back-to-back new music. You're not going to give people an opportunity to, you know. But the Stones might also be at a level, but where whatever you give them, people
Well, that's
will
my
eat
other
it
thing
up.
is they're like, screw you, man. We're going to play whatever we want.
Tattoo you, man.
Yeah.
We're going to do whatever we want. Cavs win last night. They're at home all week.
Nice.
105-102 was the final at the Romo Fijo over the Toronto Raptors. And Cavs are in good shape. They're firmly in the middle of the pack. And they're going to play. They're off tonight, but they're going to be. They're going to play the Atlanta Hawks tomorrow night at 7:30.
That's
and
an in-season tournament game.
Sure
that's,
is.
That's got stakes for it.
It's exciting.
It is, I think. I don't.
And then
They're
Thursday
trying to
night-
make it exciting.
Thursday night, they'll host the Portland Trail Blazers. And I have to imagine that that'll be equally as exciting when they get a host coming back for what we did thing at the Brew Kennel this morning. Shot some video because we're getting ready to release the Buzzard Winter Brew. You know, we did a summer thing with the Brew Kettle. And so Bill and Poundcake and I went out there to where they, they can the beers and to get them first off the line this morning. And we're going to be telling you about it's going to be, available all over the place and very exciting. And it's, as with anything that those guys do, it's a very, very good beer. And so it's 8%.
It is
So,
strong. It's
yeah.
strong and it goes down easy.
Yeah.
So be careful.
We're excited for you guys to try it.
I'm excited for you guys to try it. I'm excited for next Monday when they release it.
We'll do a first tap party next Monday.
Yeah, I'm going to pop on down to that.
Yep. And they have swing suites there now, too. We did this at the exact same spot over the summer, the Brew Kettle there in Strongsville. But I guess they have like Top Golf suites now or something where you can...
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Fun.
I guess they reserved some for us.
Nice.
So we'll show up, after the show. We'll get down there and hang out. But it was a lot of fun in the summertime. And so 5 to 8, a week from tonight, they'll be doing a big launch party for the Buzzard Winter Brew, which is quite tasty.
We'll be there closer to 8 because they always schedule these things while we're on.
People can't, whatever.
It's all right.
But
We'll get there.
So we'll get there and, hang out. But I don't know who else is going to be there. Who was there last time? Charlie was there last time.
I couldn't make it. I was busy.
Snitz was there last time,
I had a
think.
show. Last time they did it on Thursday. Mondays are better for me for this kind of stuff.
Next Monday?
Yeah.
Yep, December the 4th, 5 to 8.
Oh, I don't have anything. Maybe I'll go. Maybe I'll go not drink this new beer.
You want to drive me?
Go and not drink that new beer,
You want me to do, how many you plan on having? 15?
I mean, if you're driving me, I'll get wasty pants. I mean,
Yeah, and especially for me, for someone who doesn't normally drink beer, I actually enjoy this beer. I mean, it reminded me of my beloved cherry Coke because there's like hints of cherry in there. I'm like, you guys were laughing at me, but I really did. I liked
nothing's gonna sell this beer like Tommy going.
Well, but again, he's not the target audience, but he still enjoyed it.
Yeah, I did.
And that's the point. He doesn't,
And I love the artwork.
It's a great can. It's a great looking can.
I have every single
got a snowman on the drums, got the buzzard on guitar. No, it's great. So, that'll be fun. You'll be able to get cases of it everywhere and get Sixers, give them to your family. I don't know. Perfect stocking stuffer. I know at this point you can still find the Buzzard Summer Brew, people have them on like eBay because you can't buy them anymore. So you go on eBay and you'll find them. People are like, hey, this is $250. And they've got bids because the summer one you can't get anymore. I mean, those sold out very, very quickly. These will too because I think we're doing a smaller run. But yeah, it's good. I mean, if nothing, Poundcake is actually the best person to tell you about this because, you know, Bill and I, we'll drink some beers, right?
Yeah, we're bros. We drink beers.
Bros drinking beer, smoking weed,
bro.
the whole
Just
bit.
drink a beer, bro.
Poundcake's out
Snorting
there.
Coke. What?
What?
Just gonna do a bump.
Well, I'll leave that to you guys. But the beer part.
Fine.
So on the way back here to the radio station, I'm coming up alongside the Romo Fijo on Ontario there, and where Huron cuts across. And light's green, but I have to stop. I just start pulling out the green light, and I stop because running the red is a tiny car just flying down Huron, perpendicular to me, and it says Tower City Security.
Oh, boy.
And I'm like, where is that person going? Where could they possibly be going that fast if they're Tower City Security? They're going away from Tower City. They're driving away from that establishment, and boy, they had to get somewhere fast.
Well, they're trying to get away from the violence that's happening at Tower City.
Right.
I guess. Looking for teenage drug addicts or something out there trying to shoot up the tree lighting. I mean, nobody here went to the tree lighting, right? I don't even know when they do that.
It
They
was
did it on Saturday.
Saturday
Downtown
night.
was psychotic on Saturday.
I went to it last year. It was. I try to go when I have.
It's a good time.
When I have that Saturday open, I go. But I was at the Funny Stop, so I couldn't make it. Mary was at Hilarious, so she was at least down here.
Well,
But-
I mean, traffic was in. My mom was at the casino Saturday during the day at like 2.
Because people start showing up at like 2, 3 o'clock.
Well, because
wanna
they
get
have
a
like
spot.
the ice skating and they have all kinds of fun stuff to do down there. But there was a Cavs game. There was like 3 or 4 things going on downtown. There was people coming into town for the Browns game. Was the Browns game here? No.
No, it was in Denver.
Was there another sporting event other than the Cavs game?
Cavs, no. Maybe the
Oh, Ohio State was Saturday, right?
Yes.
Okay, so there was a lot of sports people down here already, and then
Alan, who won that one?
University of Michigan Wolverines. Go blue.
good singing.
Go ahead, Mary.
Nothing. I was just saying it was crazy. Like I got to the East 9th ramp on 90 at like 6:08, and I didn't get to Hilarities until almost 7 o'clock.
I didn't realize what was going on last year, and it was the night of the tree lighting, and I was doing some work down here. And as I'm like pulling out, and there's people walking around, and I hear what I don't realize are fireworks, and I go, "Oh my God, what is?" And I'm seeing like light reflecting in windows and things. Completely not on my radar that it was the tree lighting.
Well, I mean,
But
it's
no
a lot of
gunplay
family.
last year, as far as I've heard. Can't always count on that, but man, they really pack it down there for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
People driving from near and far,
Well, it's their time to come to the big city.
parking, parallel and otherwise, in the cold. I mean, we weren't here, but I assume it was very cold. And with hauling your kids, I saw people like pushing strollers.
Oh, yeah.
last year.
And
I'm
it's,
like,
like,
oh
cold.
my God, it cannot be that exciting.
It's fun. It's
Lighting a
fun thing to
Christmas
do.
tree up,
But they have
putting your
performers
poor
and-
sweet child in 30-degree weather.
Yes, kids like that kind of stuff.
They love
This kid
being
doesn't know
cold.
what it likes. It was in a
being
stroller.
cold.
Now it was
But
like a
there
baby
are-
in a stroller. It was like in
No.
a pram. It doesn't know what it likes.
Because I went to it last year, and there was plenty of kids that were like, "This is fun." They get to see Santa. There's all that stuff. But then there's the kids that are like, "I don't know what's going on. I'm cold. I hate this,"
Sucks.
and they're
Get me
just
outta here.
Screaming. Yeah.
And you just see the parents so frustrated, and so they're like, "We're just trying to build family traditions." And
Oh,
it's just,
God. Pick
it ain't
another
going
one.
Great.
Their tears are freezing to their cheeks.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I want one of those light swords. Give me a light sword, Dad.
Only if it'll shut you up. Keep you from...
dish out $40 for a flashlight with a blue tube on it.
Yeah. Poundcake, what did that gunfire sound like? All All right.
And Nolan's usually the
Yeah, he's like the
boss of
MC.
that.
Yeah. But he could probably get there. Hey, everybody, light her up. And then he could dip out. Get the F out of there.
Through a hatch. They do it in Lakewood this coming weekend. And that's always a good time, too.
Will there be gunfire included at the Lakewood tree lighting?
You got to show up and find out.
Wow.
I think it was on the program. That was a part of it.
Yeah, that's always a surprise.
Tree lighting 7 p.m. Gunplay 9 p.m. to question mark.
So what you're saying is parking in Lakewood's going to be even worse this weekend.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's also not down where you're at. You're closer to the other side of.
Where is it?
It's in like downtown Lakewood in like Warren and Detroit. Yeah, by the Marks. Yeah, downtown Lakewood, where the Marks is.
Yeah.
Well, I was like, what is downtown Lakewood again?
It cracked me up,
Marks,
though, because when we were doing that thing today.
Marks and the Pet Supplies Plus. It's a vibrant metropolis down there.
Yeah, there you go. There's a CD exchange and everything.
When I was driving into the brewery this morning.
What?
The what?
Brewery. It's so hard for me to say.
I knew he'd get it.
Brewery.
But I didn't realize.
Sounds like you're saying blueberry.
We talked about Brook Park getting their own sign, right? Because we drove past it. Did you guys?
Oh, the script sign?
Yeah. So every city just has a sign like that now.
Well,
Bay
that's what
Village
I
has
said.
it, Brook Park has
That's
it,
what I
Lakewood.
thought. But then people were like, we don't have one yet. I'm like, well, write your congressman or whatever.
Yeah,
City
Brook
councilman.
Park. I'm like, not every city warrants a sign. Not everything. The corporation limit is just fine. We don't need a script sign.
Well, come on. People like to have a little civic pride.
You're in East Cleveland. Look at our script sign.
Yeah, well, it's going to get chopped up or something. Full of holes. I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. You can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free
withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to get those WWE Raw tickets. It is Monday, December the 11th, over at the Romo Fijo. The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, Seth freaking Rollins, Becky Lynch. Flopped hard on Celebrity Jeopardy, but great in the ring. CM Punk's back in the mix. I don't know if he's going to be there, but holy cow. The pride of Lockport, Illinois High School. Tickets, info, everything else at rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com. If you've been hitting me up for WWE Raw tickets, be caller 10. Good luck, and these are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Podcast anytime on our iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
100.7 WMMS.
You're a rich girl, and you're gone too far, 'cause you know it don't matter anyway. You can rely on the old man's money. You can rely on the old man's money. It's a bitch, girl, but it's gone too far, 'cause you know it don't matter anyway.
If you're watching the show live
Say money, money won't
at AlanCoxShow.com, thank you to Bumba Dawaka, who's assisting on the live stream today. Tomorrow, we will not have a live video stream. We'll be in a different studio tomorrow. And so there, if you watch the show, you'll have to listen tomorrow. That's the only hoop you'll have to jump through. We won't have our normal video stream tomorrow. But then we'll return in glowing and gorgeous color on Wednesday's show. But tomorrow will be a little bit different. Comedian Todd Barry is going to be on the show tomorrow. I was talking to him. He's got a new hour on YouTube called Domestic Short Hair. It's very funny. We're trying to get Chad Daniels on, I think, for the week.
Yeah. I'm talking. He's very bad at texting back. Like yesterday, we texted for like an hour. And then I was like, okay, I'll let you know when we can get on. I text him today. Nothing. Idiot.
Dee Snyder of Twisted Sister is going to be on the show next week.
And Todd Barry's going to be at Playhouse Square on Saturday.
Yes, he is.
With our buddy Jim Twos.
Hey. Yep. So we'll be pimping the Playhouse Square show and his new hour. So that'll be tomorrow. Boy, you want to talk about a sexy headline that ended up being a kind of a predictable story was Daryl Hall gets restraining order on John Oates. I was like, ooh, what happened? Nothing. He just, they're arguing over who should get paid for or who can sell their catalog to companies and stuff. It's all very boring. I had never heard of a restraining order being filed for something like that. I have no experience with restraining orders in general, but I thought it was more like filing an injunction if it was in a business capacity. Daryl Hall is trying to block John Oates from selling his share of the catalog to another company. And there are some people in the know who are calling Daryl Hall out because he did that exact same thing some years ago. But Hall and Oates have, I don't think that they have been on good terms for a long time. Daryl Hall has called John Oates his business partner for a long time, as opposed to his creative partner.
A friend.
A friend, a confidant, a confederate, a lover. No. So, yeah, the headline, I was like, ooh. On Thanksgiving Eve, Daryl Hall got a restraining order against John Oates. Because, you know, when you're an act that's got a big catalog and, you know, these guys didn't make a ton of money because they had really bad publishing deals. It's the oldest story in rock and roll. If you don't own your publishing, you're potentially, you know, a company or your record label will get the bulk of your largesse, as it were. So as successful and popular as Hall & Oates were, you know, they're not one of these bands that's going to sell their catalog, you know, for nine figures.
And they'll get not 9 figures, but they'll get 8.
They'll get a lot of money.
They're going to get a lot of money for that.
Yeah.
Those are very popular songs. They're going to be all over my Spotify Wrapped.
So I guess John Oates wants to sell a big part of his catalog, their catalog, to this investment firm that already owns a big chunk of their catalog. Like a couple decades ago, they sold a big chunk of this to this company. And Daryl Hall is very upset because he doesn't own all of the publishing. You know, that's where the money is. You write the songs and you'll get the money when those songs are played or become popular, or you have the say over how they get used commercially. There's a lot of bands that don't own their publishing. So you can go out and play the songs, but somebody else is getting the money from the publishing.
I just talked with, so the 2 albums that I have out on that are making money streaming, I talked with the record label about buying back my masters.
Like Taylor Swift.
Yes.
Is it going to be Mary Santora, Hillbilly Bougie, her version?
No. Well, I'd have to re-record the whole album and re-release it by myself.
That's what Tay-Tay did.
But if you buy the masters, you don't have to.
But the number that he quoted me was outlandish.
Of course.
And I was like, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Like,
because
I
they
am
don't
not
want to do that.
making you that much money. Because I'm like, I'm giving away half my money every month. You know, like there's no reason for that. I could be making a pretty decent chunk of change if I owned this. And he was like, yeah, he threw out
but that's the point.
a 6-figure number.
They want the money.
I was like, you're out of your mind.
Right.
6 figures?
6
Come
figures
on.
is insane.
Yeah. And I was like,
well,
for what
like,
I'm
I know
doing.
you're doing good with it, but it's not 6-figure
No.
good. Like
No.
that's yeah. I mean, that's what you sign up for though when like we sign these deals.
But it's also just crazy that I was like, okay, if he was like 10 or 20 grand, I could make it happen. I could find a way to make that happen and get my money back in the next couple of years. When he said over $100,000, I was like, dude, you're wild. This is insane.
Mary, it's Dustin. I just want to know where all that GoFundMe publishing money went. You ask everybody to contribute to your publishing fund. Where'd the money go?
You say you don't own your masters,
I'm
and then
just
I see you
asking.
with a new pair of shoes.
I took a big old swaller out of it, and I was like, uh-oh.
Where's he been?
Is
a
he?
new baby.
Got kids.
Yeah.
Doesn't he have like a hot
He'll write from time to time.
Yeah.
What's that?
Doesn't he have like a hot Latina wife or something like that?
Oh, I don't know about
I think she's
that.
Brazilian.
Oh,
That's why I said Latina.
Yeah.
Covers
I
everything.
was being more specific.
well, you could be right. In which case, we know why he's busy. Help.
Ew.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. 6 figures. That ain't gonna work.
No. Because I was like, oh, maybe I can make that happen, and then I could make, you know, a little extra change every month, and that is not an option.
Well, this company that John Oates is trying to sell the rest of his chunk to, it's a company called Primary Wave, and they paid about, well, they say between $25 and $50 million, but that's a huge range, so it's probably closer to 30 for half their catalog a while back. And then they bought the copyrights for all of these songs that these sisters had written, and a bunch of those were for Hall & Oates. They didn't write all their own songs. As prolific of songwriters as they are, they didn't write all their, you know, some of their biggest songs. And so, but again, when I saw the headline, Daryl Hall gets restraining order against John Oates, I was like, these guys they're not even hanging out that often, but then they did and tried to maybe mend fences, and it turned into a full-on Donnybrook.
Fist fight.
A fracas. But it wasn't about that. It was far more dull than that. But, you know, Daryl Hall has been doing like a live stream show for a long time. He does a thing called Live from Daryl's House. He was pretty smart about that because he would live stream it, I think, with the eventual thought that he would take those shows and sell them to somebody. I think he has. And John Oates, you know, he goes out, and we've had John Oates on the show before. He goes out and does shows. It can't be easy when the band was Hall & Oates and the other guy was singing most of the songs to go out and then perform those songs. Because, you know, John Oates was kind of like not a creative punchline, but he was not considered like the main dude in Hall & Oates. So he was like the classic side man. You know, he was kind of the Art Garfunkel of Hall & Oates. So if you got to go out and go, because everywhere, if you're John Oates, everywhere you go, people go, hey, you and Hall going to do anything? People don't even know their first names.
Well,
hey,
half the
I'm
people
John
think
Oates. Oh, what do you do? I was in a band called Hall & Oates. Oh, do you ever talk to Hall anymore? Well, that's his last name. And oh, okay. Hey, cool. You want more water? You say what?
I was going to say, I feel like half the people think it's Holland Oats.
Holland Oats.
I did for a long time. Holland Oats.
It's like it's an old dad joke.
Yeah.
You're hauling oats.
I would.
Yeah, I got this truck back here hauling oats.
There's oats from Holland.
Holland Oats. That's what they use to brew Heineken.
Holland Oats?
Yes.
I don't use oats for beer.
That's why Heineken has such a unique taste, Mary, because they use...
This guy goes to one brewery
and comes back with no information.
Yeah.
So you guys use your oats?
What kind of oats are you brewing that beer with?
Ohio oats?
Get him out of here.
You ever had anything with Holland oats?
They're like, this is the guy? This is the face of this campaign?
The face of the campaign. The buzzard, Mary, is the face of the campaign.
Sorry.
And a snowman drummer. When you see the can, it'll blow your mind. You don't need oats of any kind. It's hops and grains and...
barley
and wheat. I bet that there are people, a beer is very much like... Everybody thinks they have a new take on it, right? But there are some fundamentals of fermenting that are required. You can't just go playing around with it. There have to be beer brands made with oats.
I really don't think that there are.
Okay.
Because the main...
Well, you craft brewers will tell me whether or not I'm correct, because I really...
actually, there's
I know what beer I like based on taste, but I know dick about making beer. And my dad would make beer when I was a kid. My dad, just just to try it, see if he could do it. He was making beer in our basement for a while. My dad wasn't a big drinker. He was more of a scientist about it. He's like, I want to see if I can do this and do this. And obviously I never had any because I was like 10 years old. But he did it a couple times, so he must have come up with something he liked.
I mean, it's usually the four things are barley, hops, yeast, water. But there's, plenty of people add...
That's what I was missing.
You were missing the water? You just had barley, yeast, and hops.
like be beer now.
I feel like there are like oat milk stouts, but I don't know that they're using oats instead of barley. They might. I don't know.
Kentucky Breakfast Stout has oats.
KBS. I don't know if it's still as big of a deal as it was 10 years ago, but those used to be really, really hard to get, and you couldn't get them all the time, and it was like 14%.
Oats to make the final beer thick and creamy.
Do you know what that's called? It's called a mouthfeel.
I hate that word.
When you drink a beer,
exquisite mouthfeel.
Yeah, that's one of
Everybody
the things.
does that. What's the other word that they just made up? Umami. They just made that up too. Umami and mouthfeel. It's got amazing mouthfeel. Oh, stop it.
Whether it's a little heavier and creamy or a little light and crisp, it's got a lot of
but they do it with food
effervescence.
too.
Yeah.
Somebody be reviewing a new restaurant. They go, the mouthfeel of the Wagyu beef. Shut up. The mouthfeel. How does it taste? That's what I'm paying for, not the feel. That came from people complaining about their texture issues. Somebody's made up mouthfeel because there were more and more people talking about they couldn't eat something because there were texture issues.
Hey, I'm
one of those guys. I hate butter. I never call it a texture issue. I just don't like the way it...
I like the mouthfeel.
I don't like the way it tastes or feels in my mouth. They should have a word for that. How does it feel in your mouth?
I wonder if you could put two words together.
Man.
I used to work for a prominent... local business that has a lot to do with craft beer.
They were prominent.
They would, we had beer training. If you were a beer geek, you had to go to training and the first training session I ever went to where they're teaching you how to describe beer. So when you taste it, these are like the key points you have to say. And here's some things that beer can taste like use these kinds of
adjectives.
Descriptive words, right? And one of the flavor profiles of like IPAs and things like that was horse blankety. And I was like, what in the world? Who?
That's not something I want in my mouth ever.
But if anyone gave you that, if you're like, hey, what's that beer taste like? Like, it's got like a horse blankety taste.
But
You'd
did
be like,
that
what
mean
does that
something
even-
in beer speak?
Like straw, kind of?
Why didn't they? Because it's got a straw feel. Why would that even be
Dude,
good?
And I'm telling you, some of
Horse
these things
blankety.
that they come up with, or like one of the ones you could use to describe like really strong IPAs was cat pee. Like marijuana or cat pee or pine. Like, I'm like, who wants a horse blankety cat pee beer? This is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Gee, let's see, guys. If we can choose between cat pee and pine, which one should we use when describing the beer? Yeah, that's kind of when you've gone off the script.
Mm-hmm.
If you're getting to the point where your beer, you're describing it as horse blankety.
Dude, there were so many.
Oh, it tastes like a tree. Oh,
Yeah.
cool. All right.
Yeah, there were so many that were like, I don't know.
Well,
Just
but that
crazy
also,
like
that to me goes to show you, and again, I am no way a beer aficionado. I don't have whatever refined palate for it is required. I only know what tastes good, like a billion other people out there.
Yeah.
But what it tells me is they really don't taste that different. I mean,
they do.
Well, they do. They can. I'm just saying there are so many different kinds of craft beers. Nobody's reinventing the wheel. So that's when you have to work overtime to come up with new adjectives like horse blankety. Because they're like, if we tell them it tastes like this, they'll just go, oh, like X, Y, because nobody wants their craft beer compared to another one, right? So they have to come up with something. They have to come up with an adjective. So they go, horse again.
It doesn't even feel like it's a real word.
Did anyone raise their hand at that point in the proceedings?
Well, we all were just kind of like, come on. Like,
Did nobody
that's not-
ask?
No,
What does
I don't think
horse
so.
blankety mean?
Like, horse blankety is one thing if you're eating something, but if you're drinking something, I don't know if I want to drink anything that's a blanket.
Yeah.
I don't want a blanket type.
Beverages?
No.
There's an article from 2014. UK craft brewers are making beers that taste like horse blankets.
Mm-hmm. That's about the time that I was going to these things. Yeah.
Okay, so that person didn't make it up. They were
No,
sour beers.
I love sour
Oatmeal
beers.
stouts are from We Regret Ohio on the live stream said oatmeal stouts are great. And there are oat beers, there's rice beers, all sorts of different grains you can
Well, rice wine is sake, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I
Yep.
mean, well, and, honey wine is mead. Like, there's plenty of different. It's all, alcohol's crazy,
It is crazy. I love sake, boy. I will
came-
suck down a bottle of sake like nobody's business.
I'll sit there. I love going to the hibachi when they're spraying it. And I'll just let it
Never
go
say
and go
when.
and go. Yeah. Just chug it as it goes in. That way you don't have to worry about it.
I had a bottle of fake wine on Thanksgiving, and I'm drinking a little glass of it. It's honestly, it just tastes like tiny.
Manischewitz?
No,
Oh.
it's called Free, F-R-E.
Mhm.
Like, get it? Because it's 0% wine.
Mhm.
It just tastes like grape juice with a little bit of tang to it, to be honest. And my mom's drinking, she's like, this is delicious. This is good with the key lime pie. I'm like, Mom, just drink regular wine, dude.
Yeah, the Moscato and the key lime pie really brings out the horse blanketiness of the key lime.
My kids are all over 21 now.
Mhm.
And on Thanksgiving, my oldest daughter showed up and they were so excited because she had sparkling grape juice, like the Welch's.
Not even like champagne.
They can have real champagne. It's totally, they're all over 21. They can do that, but that's what they wanted. And they were so happy to have it. It was
It just cracked me up.
it was very funny that they're just
Welch's sparkling grape.
Yeah. I mean, and they haven't changed that bottle in 50 years.
Nope.
That bottle has looked
the
exactly
exact
the
same.
same, and I love that.
Yeah. It was just so funny that that's what they're all hyped for. Like, they're like, yeah, we don't really, because they're not really big drinkers. So they're like, yeah, let's just
I like this. It's
go
sweet.
crazy with this.
Tastes good.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mom said, this is so
She's
good.
like, I got 3 bottles. I'm like, whoa, calm down.
You're gonna have a sugar rush. You
Nerdy ass
crash
kids.
later.
Yeah, diabetic coma. I'm going to take a break here. I will have those. If you're a Tesla fan, Tesla is coming back to Cleveland to play for you. Next year It's March 16th. Tesla's they're keeping a real tour in the spring, and they'll come to MGM Northfield Park. So we'll have those for you coming back. 35192. Want to text me for anything else.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero
I crave a hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Lake effect snow warnings starting tonight for Cuyahoga, Lake Geauga, and Ashtabula counties. Winter weather advisories for Lorain, Summit, and Portage counties. Areas from Cleveland on east could receive anywhere from 4 to 14 inches of snow. The snow showers will start early tomorrow morning. Overnight low 22. Patchy blowing snow tomorrow with a high around 31.
This report is sponsored by Cleveland Clinic. You and your family deserve world-class health care. So when it's time to choose a health plan, choose well. Understand your options for in-network access to Cleveland Clinic care. For more information, visit chooseclevelandclinic.org. That's chooseclevelandclinic.org.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning eternity band, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer, or maybe you're looking for that perfect engagement ring or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have the perfect gifts for the season, starting at around $300. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for
slow in the area. If you're traveling through Lake County, I-90 in both directions between Route 44 and 528. Speed limits reduced to 60 miles per hour because of the winter weather advisory. Spot a problem, give us a call on the traffic tip line, 216-986-8888. I'm Faith Nesevich in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Vicks NyQuil.
When your cold keeps you up, you need NyQuil Severe Honey Flavor. Powerful relief with a dreamy honey taste. NyQuil Severe Honey Flavor. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever. Honeylicious. Best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Over the past 5 years, making my true crime podcast, Hell and Gone, I've received hundreds of messages from people asking for help with an unsolved murder that's affected them, their families, and their communities. I'm Katherine Townsend. I've launched a new show on the Hell and Gone feed, Hell and Gone Murder Line. Every week, I feature a new case and help as much as I can to get the word out about unsolved murders. Listen to Hell and Gone Murder Line on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Go see Tesla back on the road in 2024. Coming back to Cleveland on the Keeping It Real tour. It's going to bring them to the MGM Northfield Park on Saturday, March 16th. Tickets, info, everything else, go to Ticketmaster.com. St. Patty's Day weekend. So if you're a Tesla fan, call her 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Pro tip, if a cop pulls you over and they hear you listening to this, they're probably just going to let you go. Because, you know, they figured you suffered enough.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Getting pulled over, I was reading Tiffany Haddish got another DUI.
How many is that?
2 or 3. Whoa. She got some stuff going on, man. That one. But the weird thing is that what they're dragging her for is that she keeps making the same joke about it. And so it's just kind of a weird story because they're like, oh, Tiffany Haddish got another DUI. They found her asleep in the street behind her wheel of her running car. But I guess what people are taking umbrage with is not the drinking and driving. It's that she hasn't freshened up her DUI material. Listen, if you're a comedian, that's the cardinal sin.
Oh, yeah.
Right? If you're gonna keep getting busted, you better have some new stuff. So the headlines are, Tiffany Haddish reuses same joke from last DUI.
That's so funny.
What a place to be in your life.
I know, right?
What's the joke?
I'll play it.
Okay.
When she was on Jimmy Fallon last year. We just watched The Haunted Mansion on Disney Plus a couple of weeks back. It's Rosario Dawson and it's Lakeith Stanfield. It's okay. Owen Wilson's in it. And Tiffany Haddish is in it. And they shot it in Atlanta. And apparently when she was shooting that, she got a DUI. So Tiffany Haddish has got some stuff going on. She can't stop drinking and driving. Okay, this was when she was hosting Ellen, guest hosting Ellen, but she made the same joke everywhere. Made it on Fallon, made it live in a club when she was doing a set after she got popped.
Since I've been single, I've been praying to God to send me a man, and in January, he went ahead and sent me 4 in uniform. Yeah, they were the police officers. The police. They got good benefits and everything, so I can't even be mad. Yeah, and yes, I did get charged with the DUI, which stands for dumb, unfortunate incidents.
So again, I don't know if you're talking about your life and you're doing a monologue there filling in for Ellen. I don't know if you get everybody to laugh before you then reveal it was for a DUI.
Yeah, it was a DUI.
That would be weird if you were in the audience. You're like, wait, what? Arrested in Beverly Hills on Friday morning after falling asleep behind the wheel in the middle of a street.
I mean, at least it was Beverly Hills.
Is that a better DUI than if you're to get one here?
I mean, you're like, I'm driving through, I'm leaving my friend's house. We were having a few cocktails.
You fell asleep between a block away and at the stoplight. She was arrested in Georgia for a DUI last year.
Yeah, rate them, Poundcake. Which one's more So you're saying the Beverly Hills
Atlanta
one
or Beverly Hills? Which is better?
a better one because
Beverly Hills, yeah.
it's fancier.
Yeah, you're like you're probably getting pulled over around a bunch of mansions. So it's just like
Which makes the crime better.
it just makes it a more privileged crime.
Got it.
All right.
Like I wouldn't be in this neighborhood just driving around drunk. I had business.
Yeah,
here.
but she's still a black girl in a car that's running, and I guarantee when the guys pulled up, they didn't know it was Tiffany Haddish.
Yeah,
they probably hauled her out, and
the percent of black people in Beverly Hills, they probably like, yes, that is Tiffany Haddish. She's the only black girl that comes
It's
through.
her,
here.
Wanda Sykes.
Right.
Yeah, but does Tiffany Haddish live in Beverly Hills?
No, I don't know, but
Oh.
if I'm sure there's a check-in and a check-out. Once you get, I've never been to Beverly Hills.
I was going to say, I have, and there's no big gate. You think it's like how people draw cartoons of heaven?
Yeah.
There's like a giant gate. You have to sign in and sign.
There is like a big thing that says Beverly Hills that you go under.
Right, but that's just like a town sign.
The people that live there, I'm sure they have cameras all over that place.
The houses have giant gates, but you made it sound like when you drive into Beverly Hills, you have to have them open a giant gate. And that's not that.
That's kind of like Hidden Hills. Hidden Hills
I've
is
walked
a town and
I've
gated
walked
community.
on foot from Hollywood through Beverly Hills.
Well, Poundcake's never been there, so I respect his opinion more.
Yeah.
It's true. His opinion is worth just exactly the same as my evidence. So she is due in court next week on this latest DUI. But again, the thing that struck me as funny was people are saying she's using the same joke
It got updated
as
material.
she did on Jimmy Fallon. Yeah, listen, if you have so many DUIs that you need to keep your material fresh,
Right.
maybe that's not the way to go about it. But if you were in that audience at Ellen, you'd feel a little bit weird about it if you've been laughing for a while and having fun and,
Why
Oh, wait, hold on.
Is there any message that I should relay to them from you?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's something else. Anywho, Tiffany Haddish, drunk again.
Again.
She's obviously got some problems. She doesn't have Diddy level problems, but she got problems. Nobody the Grammys are coming up, and they're in a crisis over there at the Grammys because no one wants to sit near Diddy.
What did he do?
They're being all sediddy about Diddy.
What do you mean, what did he do?
His ex-girlfriend claims that he raped her.
Oh, boy.
And so now these other women are like, it was only a matter of time before somebody found out about Diddy.
But didn't I say this like a couple weeks ago?
You say a lot of things.
Well, when you mentioned it, he offered Cassie to like stay in their relationship. He offered her like $300,000 a month to stay.
Yeah.
And she said no. So like, how bad could it have been for her to be like, nah, I'm good. I'm going to go get a boyfriend, a husband, a baby.
Well, she was with him for a long time. So she's like, he did this to me for a decade. And then 2 more women filed civil cases accusing him of rape and sexual assault. So they're trying to like solve the problem by getting Diddy off of the Grammys guest list because they send out invitations, obviously. And they're like, hey, since nobody will sit next to this guy, they don't want to be on camera next to him. They don't want to even, that's when you find out who your friends are, right? They're like, yo, I hope everything's okay with you, but I can't be on camera yucking it up with you.
Right.
I'm going to get memed within an inch of my life. And I don't need that. So they said that especially high-profile black members of the Recording Academy don't want to sit near Diddy. And so Cassie, who was a singer in her own right, that's how they met, right? He signed her to his label?
Yeah, she made that song Me and You, and that was like her.
It's me.
That was her bad boy debut.
Okay.
And she had a long way to go. I think that was her only other hit. Even Christina Milian had more hits than her.
Holy cow.
You know Christina Milian? She's saying Kim Possible. They didn't even give Cassie a theme song. I'm just saying, you with Diddy that whole
What a
time.
travesty.
I'm just saying, you get 2 hits and you've been with Diddy for 10 years. Hey, she didn't even get you a theme song. You ain't even sing Making the Band.
Yeah.
Damn, bitch. I mean, she got her money.
Oh, this
though.
is the Tell Me How You Like It chick. Oh, I know this song. I didn't know it was called Me and You. This is Cassie?
Yes.
Oh, she had one hit, right? This is her one hit.
She had two. She had a long way to go. But this was her
okay.
biggest. Definitely her biggest.
I miss
I mean,
this era of
it's
music.
terrible, terrible lyrics, but good song.
It broke on MySpace first. I heard the MySpace version, and it is very scandalous.
Scandalous.
Like, she made a video for it and everything, and it's almost like a Paris Hilton sex tape.
Wow, all right. Why won't this goddamn thing stop playing? Why is this still playing?
She said, "You
can't get away from it.
Damn it! Give her some radio play."
We do not consent to this anymore.
God, yeah, right?
Yeah, well, join the club.
All right, I remember that song.
I wonder, does she own her masters now?
You and the Masters. Wow.
Bet
you talk about Masters way more than I'm comfortable with.
I mean, if she was going to sue for everything, she'd be like, and I want my masters. You know? What could you imagine getting paid? People are saying she made it anywhere from $30 million to $100 million. She wouldn't include her 2-song catalog in there.
Right.
Who bought a Cassie album? I want to see.
No.
I think she was on one of the now that's what I call music I had.
That song was on there.
That's
not
what I
her
mean.
album.
That's what I mean.
But that's a 20-year-old song, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Is it 20 year? It's not 20 years.
It's might be more than that, honestly.
Me and you.
I was still doing.
That was probably like two. That might be
I was
2003.
doing club
yeah.
gigs when that was out. It was getting played in the club. So early odds.
2006.
All right.
So 17 years
Yeah,
ago.
06.
Coming up on 18 years ago.
There you go.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Well, we all know how Poundcake hates privileged crime. Just like how he loves Whitney because she was a crackhead instead of privileged with powder. I don't know what that means.
But guess what? She died in the Beverly Hilton.
Is that where she died?
She died in the Beverly Hilton right before the Grammys.
So that makes it a
classy way to die.
in the drowning in the Beverly Hilton tub makes it a classy drug-induced drowning.
I mean,
if she had been like at a Quality Inn or something, you would have been like, oh no, what did she do?
He would call her a crackhead then.
But the fact that she was at the Beverly Hilton.
I said Whitney said it herself. She makes too much money to ever smoke crack. We don't do that. Crack is whack.
Wow.
She made too much money. She's not going to do crack. She got the good stuff.
I remember meeting somebody for lunch at the Beverly Hilton, and I saw Pat O'Brien in the. Remember Pat O'Brien?
This is 1,000 years. Is that the 700 Club guy?
No. That was no.
His name's Pat.
That was Pat
McGroin.
No. Pat Robertson. is who you're thinking
that's
of.
who I'm thinking of. Yeah.
No, Pat O'Brien was like the sportscaster, the extra guy. But then he left all these voicemail messages for a hooker.
Yeah.
He's in the bathroom, and the girl blew up his spot because he was married.
Oh, man, that's so funny. I forgot about that.
I saw him. I was getting into the elevator at the same time he was, and I was like, oh.
He's trying to get that girl into a threesome.
It was like
He was
right
Marcy.
when the tapes broke, I think. And I was like, oh, my God.
Those tapes
I
are
so
great.
want to say something.
You should have. What would you
What
have
am
said?
I going to say?
What would you have said?
I said,
Mr. O'Brien?
I said, hey, Pat, or something like that. Like,
how's Marcy's what
pretty
you should have
douchey.
said. I think that was the girl's name in the tapes.
Probably.
When he was trying to talk her into, he was talking to another girl, but there's another girl named Marcy, I believe, that he was trying to get a threesome going with.
I'd love to play them for you, but they're
Marcy.
so expletive laden, I can't even do it. But yeah.
Maybe some edited ones out there.
He's trying to, but he's just leaving her a series of voicemails. Because it's like 04, 05, right around there. And I was like, oh, I want to say something, but the guy clearly, I mean, he had sunglasses on.
Yeah, he's trying not to be.
Yeah, this dude was trying to be incognito. And his wife probably kicked him out, so he's probably staying at the Beverly Hilton. I'm like, I don't want to mess with that. As the best
like
sports
a special rate, like my wife kicked me out rate at the Beverly Hilton.
He charged you more depending on what you did.
Yeah. As the best sports talker in Cleveland, Poundcake should be talking about the Masters. You know, the sports.
Let's see if he knows what that is.
Do you know
No
what the
idea.
Masters are?
Tennis.
No.
Huh.
Try again.
Golf.
There you go. Hey, he got it.
Yeah, they used to play, for whatever reason, Akron had a really good golf course. And
Oh, yeah.
And they would come out there every year. So, or is it every year?
They do like the Akron Pro-Am or Invitational or something, right?
It's like Firestone Invitational.
There you go.
Yeah, Firestone, that's what it was.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, it was a big deal when I was in school.
Last week, because of the holiday, the Poundcake Sports Break was on hiatus. So it will make its triumphant return this Wednesday, I assume.
Of course.
Yeah. The penultimate day of November will be Wednesday. Ooh, and then you know what happens.
New code.
New promo code over at CLE Clothing Company.
Let's see.
You only have
December, so it's probably something like Christmas.
You only have a few more days to use the word gravy for 20% off, but come December, Friday, you'll be able to use a brand new promo code for 20% off. What do you think that code is?
Jolly.
Joy is my guess.
Neither of those.
Santa.
Snow.
Present. Ho, ho, ho.
That's 3 short words, Mary.
Is it even Christmas themed?
It is.
Okay. Stocking.
Candy cane. Present.
Divorce. 2 Christmases. Snowman.
Holiday.
Oh.
Joy.
Cheer.
Elf.
Cheer is going to be your word for 20% off at CLE Clothing Company come Friday as we launch ourselves into December. Is that the proper verb? We launch ourselves into December. I'm most pleased about this school in Wisconsin that put up what they're calling a satanic Christmas tree.
Neat.
And the people over there at Fox News are, well, not Fox News, a representative, Republican from Wisconsin, a guy named Mike Gallagher, who was on Fox News, and he was very upset because the local Church of Satan chapter put up their own holiday tree there in Wisconsin. And he's very, very upset.
Well, thus far, the Railroads Museum's response has been insufficient. When parents...
Oh, yeah, the Railroad Museum, right? Not a school. The Railroad Museum. You're just trying to get people in the door up there in Ashwaubenon or wherever they are. You're just trying to get people in there. So you're looking for anything to draw people's eyes and ears.
Well, thus far, the Railroads Museum's response has been insufficient. When parents and concerned citizens have contacted the Railroad Museum, they said, well, this is an educational opportunity for kids, which is completely ridiculous, right? I think it's impossible to overstate how offensive this is to Christians. It would be in quite, a literal sense, the same thing as waving a Hamas flag inside of a synagogue. I mean, it's just absolutely crazy that we would allow this to happen.
Right. To allow it to happen. Right.
So
First
what
of
does it
all,
look like?
Nothing like a Hamas flag inside a synagogue. Like a little red tree with some dumb stuff on it.
Like, you wouldn't even know that it's a Satan tree.
No.
Unless this guy's telling her. Like,
well, here's what it was. The National Railroad Museum, it's up near in Green Bay, I think. They had 66 trees from different religions on display. This is going to come as a shock to people, but there are a lot of different religions.
No.
And 66 trees in all. And this guy, because it got him all in his feels, took umbrage at that. I mean, it's not even a religion, really. Church of Satan, they don't consider it a religion. So, again, this guy flipping out.
It's a cute little tree.
That's what I thought. But he didn't like that at all. That's why all these schools, and rightfully so, are like, hey, if you could have an after-school Jesus club, Church of Satan's got to be in there too. And then, of course, predictably.
Well, not that.
They go, well.
Not that type of freedom.
It's freedom. Right. Again, I don't know why we're constantly deferring to matters of faith in general. Who cares? You know, my daughter's getting into the show Ghost Adventures, right? Because Gwen loves this show. Ghost Adventures. Zach Bagans. Been on for like 20 years. A bunch of Hooters bouncers.
How many ghosts have they found in 20 years?
Bill, see me after the show, will you?
A lot. I watched it when I had COVID the first time. There was a special on that I watched for 20 straight hours.
Oh, yeah.
It's
well, and
spooky,
you
dude.
can do that. Here's a clip of them finding a ghost.
0.001%
0.
Yeah, that's how many they found.
Not accurate.
Anyway, but we give like exaggerated deference to faith and treat people who know things like dickheads. And I don't get it. Because I'm the guy. Now, listen, I get it. I'm not always fun, even though I'm Captain Fun in most situations. But it's like if you're watching a show like Ghost Adventures, my daughter's asking me questions, and I go, well, that's not real. That's why. None of that's real. And people come back like, why do you have to be such a downer? It's no fun. Like, it's no fun to have somebody going, none of that's real. It's all made up. It's fake.
Why is it so upsetting to you? Let people believe in their fake crap. Doesn't hurt you.
You are proving my point.
It is hurting us, though.
How?
You're proving my point. Because
But
willful.
people watching Ghost Adventures are not changing your life.
Well, she's 7. But I'm just
That's
saying,
what I mean.
don't like the overall thing about if you point out something that is factual, you're all of a sudden a killjoy or something.
Obviously.
Willful ignorance gives people an excuse to not consider anything else. They go, well, I didn't know that. When it's easily known, it gives them an excuse to just do whatever they want to do. I'm just saying, listen, I'll watch it there. We went out to the museum in Vegas and all that crap. But if you ever had the temerity to say something like, well, what am I supposed to lie?
Yeah.
Go, well, because they're looking for ghosts, honey. I go, well, that's, it's not killing her enjoyment of the show. It's still, because it's funny when these guys pretend like something knocked them over because they'll yell and scream, and that's the fun part. But when people are like, well, that's not what that is, or that's not real, I don't know why you're all of a sudden, but people who want to talk about like their faith, oh, you have to just pretend like that's all. I don't get it. You're right. It ain't changing my life.
It doesn't.
It's not.
Right. Well, I was saying that there are people that believe these things and then they get into political positions. And
That's a whole different thing.
But it's along the same lines.
Listen, if there was a guy running on a ghost platform for like Congress or something, I would absolutely take a look into that guy. But that's
what
all.
If a ghost was running?
That's.
Oh, I wonder what kind of ghost that might be.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe one with a past. A creepy little past.
A creepy little. Oh, I've got to take a break. Oh, I'm so late. Oh, for another day, perhaps. If you want to text 35192, you can watch live at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Charlie, you spent Thanksgiving with Krista's family, and then the following day you did something with your family. Now, does her family come over to your event?
Oh, no, this is just my family. Those two
party-ready shoes and handbags, and the hottest toys of the season. Plus, get it faster with store pickup at Macy's.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send a text, AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff. Great band called Killing Joke. One of the best. They just lost one of their founding members. This band has been together for 40 years, and they had all 4 original members in the band. And they lost Jordy Walker, who was an underrated guitarist. A lot of people aren't hip to Killing Joke. But it's been the same 4 guys for a long time. And bands that you dig were influenced by those guys. They were, late 70s, these guys were doing what they do. And it was post-punk and industrial and goth stuff. And so 9 Inch Nails and Metallica and Nirvana, these were all bands that were influenced by Killing Joke. And they dropped a new record this past spring. It had to be their 16th or 17th album. If you remember Metallica's Garage Inc. record, there's a song on there called The Weight. That is a Killing Joke cover. They did an album about 20 years ago where they had Dave Grohl play drums on all the tracks. And just a great band. My son was listening to some Killing Joke, and he's like, hey, a lot of these sound like Nirvana songs. I go, yeah, Kurt Cobain was a huge Killing Joke fan. You can, if you have your ear bent to people's musical influences, you can hear them if you know where they're coming from. Obviously, Kurt Cobain liked Killing Joke, and he liked the Pixies. Not everybody was hip to Nirvana when they came out because there were some people that were like, these guys are just doing a bunch of Pixies songs. But not everybody was hip to the Pixies. But Jordy Walker was not old, 64. He had a stroke and died. These guys were still going out. They were still playing. And for a band that's been around that long, they would have people come in and out. They'd have people tour with them and record with them. But they had the same 4 guys. It was Jazz Coleman, Martin Glover, Paul Ferguson was their drummer, and then Jordy Walker. And he's one of these guys that if you were a guitarist, you might know about him, but he was one of these guys that might not have been a marquee name, but everybody was like, Jimmy Page and all these names you do know were kind of extolling the virtues of Jordy Walker. And he played in newer groups too. He was an older dude, but he played in Murder Inc. and, other stuff along the way. So if you're a Killing Joke fan, and there have to be some of you out there, pour one out for Jordy Walker. And then Marty Krofft died too. You know the name Marty Krofft?
No.
This might be too young.
Laura Croft's dad?
No.
It was Thomas Croft. Idiot.
If you were a
Laura Croft's uncle.
There you go.
If you're a Gen Xer, you'll know the names Sid and Marty Krofft. Because
Land of the Lost.
Land of the Lost.
Yeah.
And the Banana Splits. And H.R. Puffin stuff. Not to be confused with the Cavs coach of the same name.
It's not his name.
Please. Until I see evidence to the contrary. He is H.R. Puffin stuff.
There's been so much evidence.
I think somebody did like there was some like punk band cover album of Sid and Marty Krofft music or something a while back. Everybody was kind of trying to be too hip for the room, but Marty Krofft died of kidney failure. He was 86. And Sid was his older brother, so Sid's been gone for a minute. But these guys just created these shows, the Banana Splits, and they did Sigmund and the Sea Monsters for people who remember those. What?
I said, oh, yeah, that one.
You don't remember Sigmund and the Sea Monsters?
No,
I mean,
they're
these
all
were
well
things
before our time.
They were, but they were also in reruns for a while, too. I mean, Banana Splits and a show that they didn't produce, but it was called The New Zoo Review, Henrietta Hippo. And Banana Splits and The New Zoo Review are literally the first television shows I ever remember watching. I mean, in my young, small, toddler brain, I remember Banana Splits, Fleagle, and Fleagle's the one everybody remembers, but they had other names too. I have to think if there were multiple characters, they had to have multiple names.
No, they all had the same name.
But Fleagle, Banana Splits was also famous for getting a young director named Richard Donner to do their shows in the early seasons.
That's a reindeer.
Richard Donner is, of course, a very, very well-known actor. Just died a few years ago. He died during COVID. But he was the guy who directed The Omen and Superman and this terrible movie people like called The Goonies. And he did Lethal Weapon and Scrooged and, But Richard Donner started off directing episodes of the Banana Splits. So for people old enough to remember, and these are, I'm sure you can stream these somewhere, they would look very much of the time. It was late 60s to early 70s that these were initially being produced.
The only banana-themed show I remember was Bananas in Pajamas.
Yes, I'm familiar with that show.
I think they were British.
I believe they were.
Bananas in pajamas
Yep.
are coming down the stairs.
That sounds like a British accent.
Bananas in pajamas are chasing teddy bears.
Leave those teddy bears alone.
Something, 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 and
Something,
catch
something,
them
something.
unaware. Yeah, I remember I got a Bananas in Pajamas toy, and it just sang the theme song over and over and over again.
Yep.
I loved it. My dad hated it. I think he broke it, or he pulled the voice
On
box out of it or
purpose?
something. He hated that toy.
Wow.
Like after he got it for me, I specifically remember he called into a radio station. One of the radio stations was having a most annoying toy contest, and he won concert tickets by playing my Bananas in Pajamas toy.
Wow. I bet your dad, Alan, don't forget Jean Knight. Jean Knight died too. I bet your dad would have been bummed about Jean Knight dying. She had a big hit with Mr. Big Stuff.
Oh, I know this one.
It's a monster hit. She was on Soul Train with Don Cornelius, but this would have been right up your alley.
Oh, yeah, big time.
I mean, her estate has been getting residuals just from Oreo alone for the past 50 years.
The mega stuff and the double stuff.
Oreos, they're ripping you off now. They're the latest victims. I have to think that they're the latest victims of shrinkflation. Where you might pay less, but you're getting less. There's a lot of people, and it doesn't even seem that conspiratorial, but there's a lot of people complaining that Oreos are not giving you what they used to give you.
Stuff-wise?
Stuff-wise are you're not getting as many.
Stuff-wise. I'm a double stuff man if I ever have Oreos.
I'm an Oreo Thins person.
That's fine. There's an Oreo for every person.
An Oreo thin? That's just
There's
less-
barely any cream in the
Yeah, I
middle.
don't care. That's just two. That's two cookies next to each other.
But
It's
they're
more
really
chocolate.
thin and crunchy too.
And I put them in the fridge.
Yeah, I like
and they're
those.
real good.
I actually like the thins a lot too, and I like
the lemon
the
thins.
Cakesters.
Those are good. But the double stuff. If you have a double stuff Oreo right now, you will notice a big change. It looks like a regular Oreo because they're skimping on the stuff.
Do the colored Oreos, do they taste different?
I believe that's not the professional. I don't think that's the nomenclature that we're expected to use these days.
Oreos of color, please.
Colored Oreos.
What about them?
Do they taste different?
The white ones are vanilla, I think.
Well, I'm not talking about the cookie. I'm talking about the cream on the inside because they have the Pride Oreos now. Now those Lady Gaga
I haven't had
Oreos,
those.
Those were, and again, I could be imagining it because it looked different. But
Didn't you bring in a pack?
Yeah, we ate
someone
those.
bought. Yeah, it had like it was like
They were pink and glittery.
pink cookie, and then it was like the green on the inside. So I feel like it tasted different.
They were good though. They were almost like citrusy or like lemony.
Dude, I wonder
or
if those
something.
still around.
No, they do those for like a limited time, and then
Man.
just to promote her album, right? Because they were called something.
They were called
She had an album out that
the Enigma Oreos or something.
okay. The Enigma,
Not the colored Oreos.
The Enigma was what flavor is this?
I forget what it was.
Lady Gaga to spread her message. Chromatica
Chromatica
was the album.
Enigma.
Yeah.
Well, I think she has a song in there called Enigma.
And they had like the Chromatica stamps in the Oreos and the cookies themselves. But yeah, so celebrities in threes, yeah, Gene Knight and Marty Krofft and Geordie Walker. Did you see Lady drop trow in the flight and go pee in the middle of the aisle?
My God, that was absurd. Ugh.
This is heavily edited. This woman is taking a flight from Florida to Philly
What airline?
on Frontier.
You knew it. You knew it.
I'll show it to you here. And she just is in the
I want to throw up right
aisle and drops. Now, it happens very quickly. So she fully intended to pee in the aisle. I don't know that she got any out because she kind of stands up right away.
Was it a dare, maybe?
No, she's an older woman. I think it's hilarious that she starts by apologizing to everyone.
Sorry, I'm about to pee on this
Sorry,
airplane.
guys. Yeah, here, watch this.
Sorry, everybody. Are you serious?
They blur it out.
I don't give up. No, you. I gotta go pee. I don't give up.
I like how she's wearing a mask.
That's down.
Well, but
Yeah.
most people aren't wearing masks at all, right? For whatever reason, this woman has a mask, and now it's under her chin, but she was probably wearing it up before, or else why would you wear
There's
it?
just no shame anymore. No one cares. Everyone's so selfish.
Well, people care. There's a lot of people on this flight who care.
But I'm saying, for her to do that publicly, she's not embarrassed. She's not sympathetic to.
I'm sorry, the live stream's behind, so I just saw it.
Yeah.
Like she's not sympathetic to what that's first of all, if that was a man, he would be a sex offender. He would be marked as a sex offender and be arrested.
Yes, correct. Well, I don't know what happened to her after.
And
They
you know
might
she
have
probably
arrested her.
stinks, too.
Poundcake, look at where I have the frame frozen. Look at what the guy in the foreground is looking at on his phone.
What is
Is he
it?
on Grindr?
Looks like a hot dude.
There's a dude, there's a dude who's looking at a shirtless, ripped
See,
dude
that's
on
why-
his phone in the foreground.
That's why I have a tint on my phone so people can't see my stuff. Because that's exactly what I want. Something go viral and I'm just.
What do you care? You're looking at a grinder on a plane. You got 2.5 hours to
Because
kill.
there's people behind me. Like if I'm at a game or something and someone's in a bleacher behind me and I'm trolling for, D or whatever, I just don't need people seeing what messages I'm writing.
That's the price to play the game.
Something like that happened because I'm sure he
So
wasn't.
what?
He wasn't even thinking about it.
What's the worst that could happen?
Nothing.
Oh, Poundcake, who is gay, was looking at dudes on his phone.
No, there's.
Quel dommage. How could we have ever seen this coming?
Okay, what if he was looking at bank statements or he was like, he just got an email saying,
Well, he's
he's
not.
got some terminal disease.
He's looking at a shirtless dude. Anyway.
You never honored me. There's kids here. Let me pass. Let me
This poor little boy next to it.
That's so disgusting.
So now the flight attendant gets involved. Look at these people. We have kids here. Shut up about your kids.
But
Probably pee on the plane too.
Read them a book.
No,
We have kids here. First of all, you can barely tell
That's traumatizing.
what's happening. If the guy sitting right next to her hadn't filmed it, nobody would have known.
I gotta go pee. No, she's not with me the whole flight. The whole flight she's not with me.
I mean, she's clearly from somewhere else. Maybe she wasn't aware of our domestic customs on flights. Maybe she wasn't aware that
That you don't pee
I don't care.
in the aisle?
maybe she's from somewhere that doesn't frown on peeing on decades-old gross carpet. Like you're going to ruin the carpet any worse on an airplane.
She was making a statement. She didn't have a jar and go back to her seat and peed in the jar.
Yeah,
Like,
she wants everybody to know that she needs to get into the bathroom. But between apologizing and the mask, It's pretty funny.
But also,
Yeah.
I was gonna say when you showed the video, it is like she doesn't even get into a full squat.
But she does pull her
starts to
pants
pull her
down to
pants-
mid-thigh.
She pulls her pants mid-thigh, starts to squat, and then immediately stands up.
Yeah.
Like, did she think people weren't gonna react like that?
I don't know what she thought.
And all
she gets her pants all the way. I mean, she definitely kisses the floor. Her pants are down.
But when she does this, she thinks that she's gonna go back up and then just, I'm just gonna go into the bathroom.
I
now.
don't know what she
and
thinks.
that's that.
Like the flight is just gonna continue as normal. She's gonna go back to her seat.
I'd like more nuts, please. Hitting the call button on her seat.
Lady, shut up. Linda. What the you mean? You're not the owner.
You're not the owner.
See, I would
What
quit.
do you care? You're not the owner of Frontier Airlines. I love the excuses people come up with. Just off the top of their heads. You're not the owner. I mean, I'm the owner of this seat for the next 2.5 hours.
She said, so what? I have to
Ella empezó por la with me.
Can you go back to when she's actually
The beginning?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
when
yeah.
she squats down.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, everybody.
Sorry, everybody.
Are you serious?
Are you
serious? I don't give up. No.
There's also
F
some
me? No, F you, person who didn't pee in the aisle.
There's probably some dude on that flight who's like, that's kind of hot.
Why did you let her do it?
She does have giant jugs, though.
Yeah, but it's like a melted candle. It's all just, you can't tell where anything starts, anything else ends. Anyway, that's beside the point. That's not even the issue.
That would ruin my vacation.
I gotta go pee.
I'm trying to relax. I'm like, this nice little Frontier flight. I'm chilling. I ordered a nice little movie. And then this lady next to
My
me.
guess is her diet's not
Great.
and that's a dark pea. That's not a.
She probably had asparagus.
That's a maple syrup pea right
Yeah.
there. Are there movies on Frontier, by the way?
No.
I was going to say, nobody has ever said, I'm sitting on my nice little Frontier flight, getting ready to watch my movie.
Is there a first class in Frontier?
No.
Okay.
Pardon me, could I have another flute of champagne, please, back here in
I'm watching
business class?
Watching a movie or a YouTube documentary on my phone.
Do you remember when the
Yes.
joke about airlines was how bad the food was?
Yeah.
When that was something everyone could commiserate over together, it was like, wow, what weird microwave burrito is this?
Well, because it was.
But
Except,
now it's,
ironically,
I can't
the
be in the
foods-
aisle without this woman peeing.
But also, the food has gotten better, but the experience has gotten exponentially worse.
It's just so
So
funny
it's
to me.
done this weird flip where you're not getting like freeze-dried sandwiches anymore. They have like legit food.
But you have to watch a human being urinate.
That's right.
Not everybody gets that. Not everybody gets to
That's
watch
the special
yeah,
treatment.
yeah, that's
Just the people right there
For
where she chose to stand.
Mileage Plus members.
Probably had asparagus or something.
She's like, I was zone 3. I've been waiting a long time to pee. I was zone 3, and this is what you get. I didn't mean to rhyme, but there it is. Mileage Plus. I am a silver member.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
dude.
No. Pretty wild. Boy, if anybody was going to class Philly up when she got there, it's going to be that lady.
Did she get arrested?
I think so, yeah. Her name was, God, her name was not what I thought it was going to be, by the way.
Thomas?
Ivana Tinkle.
No. Bill Squire is doing a show at the Agora
December 22nd.
on the 22nd of this month.
Get tickets. Let's sell that bitch out.
Yeah. No, what is the lady's name? Julie Hartman. Sure didn't look like or sound like a Julie Hartman, quite frankly, but with all due respect, there you go.
Sitting is the opposite.
Just
of being.
standing. Oh, yeah. She was trying to sit, too. All the way to, but I wonder why squat and then come back up.
I
You
wish-
know everybody's going to be immediately freaked out.
I wish there would have been turbulence in that exact moment.
see-
Spray it all over people.
She's got it down at her ankles and then just
This is what I'm
Flops on her
Flies up
face
and
with
hits
her
the ceiling.
leggings on her ankles. And
City meets the opposite of standing. Sitting is the opposite of running around. Sitting is a wonderful thing to do because you sitting. Sitting is the opposite of standing on your head. Sitting is Kinda like a
Taco Bell. With a Chalupa Supreme, beefy 5-layer burrito, crunchy taco, cinnamon twist, and medium drink, Taco Bell's $5 Cravings Box is packed as ever and $5 as ever. Get one at Taco Bell stores for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact store for price and participation which vary. Drinks excludes freezes. Tax extra.
Over the past 5 years, making my true crime podcast, Hell and Gone, I've received hundreds of messages from people asking for help with an unsolved murder that's affected them, their families, and their communities. I'm Katherine Townsend. I've launched a new show on the Hell and Gone feed, Hell and Gone Murder Line. Every week, I feature a new case and help as much as I can to get the word out about unsolved murders. Listen to Hell and Gone Murder Line on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
His name is Alan and he's giving stuff away.
All right, you want to go to, what am I giving you here? Hold on. You're going to get, Castle Noel tickets. You ever been out there? Castle Noel's fun. Perfect for the holiday season out there in Medina, America's largest year-round indoor Christmas entertainment attraction. Tickets, info, everything else at castlenoel.com. I'll get you a 4-pack here. If your family's bigger than that, well, sure you'll figure it out. 4 for Castle Noel in Medina. Good luck. Call her 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Brain dead entertainment throughout history. The Cup and Ball, the Yo-Yo, Palm, the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
It ain't just Gucci Mane moving chickens, boy. Out there in Sandusky, they got a full-on genocide happening. 1.3 million chickens were slaughtered at a Sandusky egg farm as the avian flu is sweeping through the industry. Out there in Union County, this is how they try to limit the spread. You know, you can't put masks on 1.5 million chickens. Be another way to...
We already did that in 2020. Am I right?
Be another way to flatten the curve. But that's got to be... I mean, I'm always curious what the aftermath of something like that is. Because they're not alone in this. What's that?
Egg prices go up.
Well, and that's funny you mentioned that because they just, after like a decade and a half of litigation, they just determined that the biggest egg producers in the country were guilty of price fixing. Like 15 years ago. Why it took this long, I don't know. But that's a very real thing, right? To limit production so you can artificially raise the price of eggs. But there isn't a farmer who wants to do that. I mean, what is the aftermath of this being your farm where you have to get rid of over 1 million chickens? Like, I don't know. That sounds like something that would kill your business.
I don't know how many
not if
is
you
a
can
lot.
charge more, though.
What's that?
Not when you're able to make the price go up and then you're making way more profits.
But
yeah, but then you still have 1.3 million fewer egg-laying creatures on your farm. Like,
That just shows how many that they have and how many they need.
Well, that's what I was going to say. How many is the average farm? Is it 10 million chickens? Is
Don't
it
know.
2 million chickens? Because I think that makes the big difference. Did you lose 90% of your stock or did you lose 10%
Yeah,
of your stock?
that's my question. I don't know. They said that there have been 8 million birds killed this year to help control the spread. 6 million of those have come just this month as several large egg farms have been struck. I'm constantly fascinated by, there's all kinds of articles being written and you'll see news stories about how food production in this country and writ large around the world, but America has its own thing, right? How food production is untenable as it currently exists. But it's just, go to the grocery store. People from other countries come to an American grocery store and they're just blown away. You go to a grocery store in Europe, they've got a lot of food. they don't have 4 million brands of each kind of food. You know, maybe 2 kinds of milk. You want crackers? Here's the 3 kinds of crackers. Over here, you can get whatever you want, whenever you want it. But to stand there and go,
whenever. Get these eggs forever.
But Shakira's hips don't lie.
Mm-hmm.
Her taxes sure do.
But those egg producers lie about how many eggs they can make.
Well, they said that 1 million birds at an Iowa egg farm were killed, and another 940,000 chickens in Minnesota at one farm.
The less popular B-side to fireflies. 10 million fireflies.
Is that an Owl City drop?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
15 years old?
Wow.
Who cares?
And one hit.
Y'all got it.
Wow. Ohio is one of the top producing egg states. Egg farms are much larger than turkey or chicken farms sometimes. Anyway, I digress. When you stand in the grocery store and you look at all of the different kinds of food we have, it does boggle my mind because I go, here's a pack of almonds, let's say. I eat a lot of almonds, right? Here's a bag of almonds. These bags are, there are so many of them in grocery stores around the country that all have to come from almond farms, which require a lot of water. Almond farms are like at the bullseye of the whole, like, you know, climate change water going away thing because they require so much water. But that's just one example. I don't even mean about the water thing. You just go, holy God. I mean, you got people harvesting almonds.
Yep.
To put into bags. It sounds
So
ridiculous
people
when
can
I
eat
say it out
almonds.
loud,
Yeah.
but we have so much food on the shelves that it boggles the mind where it all comes from and continues to come from. So, yeah, I guess when you murder, I mean, whatever they call it, I'm sure they have some fancy word in the business when they have to do this. Slaughtered, maybe.
Euthanize.
Yeah. Go to the big chicken farm in the sky. Bovine University up there with the cows. Yeah, but I didn't even realize that Ohio was one of the top producing egg states. And I like eggs as an adult. I eat them frequently. Hated them as a kid. But somewhere along the line, I warmed up to eggs.
How do you like your eggs?
Scrambled.
Like a child.
Like a
Next
child, yeah.
question. Is that true?
Yeah.
That's a little kid preparation. But
Well, I only do that because I'm just trying to consume a bunch of eggs for breakfast. I'm not looking to prepare them. I have eggs and salsa. That, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's a quick way to cook them.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not, if somebody's like, oh, can I have it over easy? I would be happy to make that for them.
Also quick.
I'm not doing that for my, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Takes like 3 minutes. Not even
Well,
to cook an egg.
Okay.
Cooking eggs is,
It's the
if you're
fastest
frying
thing
an
to
egg,
ever eat.
it's all pretty quick.
Okay.
Like the longest would probably be over hard.
And that's still, only like 4
4
minutes.
Okay, then forget the time. If you fry an egg, aren't you then like, you have to cut it and eat it?
Well, it depends on how you're going to eat it.
Do you think cutting an egg is
No,
hard?
what I'm saying is if I have a pile of scrambled eggs, I can tear through those. If I have to cut a fried egg to eat it
Too
properly.
much. He's a busy guy.
Well, it's just, that's not how I want to do it, is all I'm saying.
Fine.
Right?
We're just saying you like.
I didn't realize that
eggs.
scrambled. Well, maybe, listen, I hated them when I was a kid. So maybe but my mom, she didn't scramble them, she cooked them. You go to a restaurant, ask for eggs. I mean, you go, how do they come? They go, oh, well, normally you scramble them. That's fine. Chilaquiles or something, you know.
They never say how they come. You get to
say,
order.
how do you
Yeah.
want your eggs?
They say, how would you like your eggs?
And I say scrambled.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I didn't realize that was, I didn't realize it
Juvenile,
scrambled.
but that's all right.
I didn't realize that.
That's
Hey,
like
man, listen.
milk chocolate.
Yeah.
All right, well,
milk
you
chocolate of
know,
egg
sometimes you're the
preparation.
hammer and sometimes you're the nail. What do you want from me? When I eat my scrambled eggs and dark chocolate,
Ugh.
now what do you say?
Together?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. No, yeah, that's just how I cook them. But I didn't know that I was here in Ohio, that I was among so many eggs. out there with that Sandusky chicken flu. But if you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app from out of state, I like to know where people are. When people relocate, I like when they update me. You're certainly not required to do that, but I always do like it. Sandra listens in Hamilton, Ohio. I don't know where that is.
I think that's
by
just
Cincinnati.
I was like just north of Dayton, maybe.
It's just outside Cincinnati.
Tiffany listens in Lake Camelot, Illinois. That would be your Peoria metro area, if memory serves. Aaron is a new listener in Vero Beach, Florida. Patrick is in Avoca, PA, and Austin is in Valparaiso, Indiana. You can leave us messages there if you like. You can always leave messages on the After Hours line as well. A lot of messages over the course of the weekend. We had a couple of Sum Of shows from Thanksgiving.
Hey, Alan, it's Matt. Hey, you were talking about the people out in Oregon that blew up the whale back in the 70s. I have some family that years and years ago relocated to a town in Tennessee called Kingsport. And their actual claim to fame is that that's where Eastman Kodak was headquartered. That's why my family moved there. But if you delve back deeper, there was a circus there 100 and some years ago, and there was an elephant in the circus that killed its handler. Maybe it was his first day on the job, and that killed its handler. So the town of Kingsport, Tennessee, decided to execute the elephant by hanging, and they hung this poor elephant by its neck. But yeah, that's Kingsport, Tennessee. They were hanging elephants before anybody else was blowing up whales. Take it easy.
Jesus.
You will be hanged by the neck until you are dead.
But what did they hang an elephant with?
I'll
That
show
has to
you
be
if you want to look. I Googled it.
Very strong.
Mary the elephant is the Wikipedia entry here. The authenticity of the photo has been called into question, but the photo here of Mary the pachyderm being hanged by a crane. I don't know what was this before sedatives.
It looks way
normally
bigger
you
than
give
the
it an overdose of phenobarbital or something.
Specifically made for elephants?
Yeah. David Lee Roth did a song about it.
Jibbly bop.
Not that song. He did Elephant Gun. Also known as Murderous Mary. Wow, Mary. Wow.
That's what they call me on stage.
Yeah.
Oh,
She's up there getting hanged.
Hey.
Yeah.
So what do they do with the dead elephant?
And the audience wish they were dead.
Yeah.
Well, that's unfortunate. Mary, what are you?
Just a little ribbon.
Just trying to do your thing, and this guy is. You're going to be performing with this guy in a number of weeks.
December 22nd.
My
Open
goodness.
his own show. You
My
figure it out.
goodness.
Don't need my help.
Cheese and crackers.
Go away forever. I'm
So
gonna live in a
Mary the
hole.
elephant there. Matt's right. In Kingsport, Tennessee, also known as Murderous Mary. Now, I wonder if she got that nickname before or after killing the handler.
I'd say after.
Oh. A 5-ton Asian elephant who performed in the Sparks world-famous show Circus. After killing circus employee Walter Red Eldridge on his second day, she was hanged in nearby Irwin, Tennessee.
I feel like that is not on the elephant. That is on the handler that's second day on the job, and he was just getting a
Not
little
doing
too
something right.
Yeah. He wasn't doing things the right way.
One witness said that Red Eldridge prodded her behind the ear with a hook after she they have thick hide, you probably didn't feel it.
Not behind your ear.
She reached down to nibble on a watermelon rind, and Mary went into a rage, snatching him with her trunk, threw him against a drink stand, and stepped on his head.
Good for her.
Bow.
Wow.
Good job, Mayor. You show that man.
Stepped on his head.
Now,
Crushing
it. Now, Mary the elephant does have to shop at Torrid.
Yes.
Mary the
Wow.
comedian does not.
Just so we're clear.
Most accounts indicate
you could also probably make money stepping on dudes' heads, though, Mary.
I'm sure that could, honestly. Go by murder.
or sitting on them, or whatever, you know. Bring back cake farts, but with heads. Witness accounts indicate that the elephant calmed down, but onlookers began chanting, "Kill the elephant."
Mob mentality.
It's really, truly just.
Within minutes, a local blacksmith, Hench Cox, no relation, tried to kill the elephant, firing 5 rounds with little effect. The leaders of several nearby towns threatened not to visit the circus if Mary was still included. See, they're voting with their feet. They're like, yep, I ain't hanging out at this stupid, if that murderous...
We come here to watch animals get abused, not watch animals abuse humans.
Yeah, not people get killed.
Yeah.
We want to see a bear with his feet stapled to the unicycle pedals.
That's right.
The circus owner, Charlie Sparks, reluctantly decided that the only way to quickly resolve the situation was to kill the elephant in public. So Mary was transported by rail, where a crowd of over 2,500 people assembled in the rail yard, and the elephant was hanged by the neck from an industrial derrick. The first attempt resulted in a snapped chain, causing Mary to fall and break her hip as dozens of children fled in terror.
These people are terrible.
Imagine you're a kid in 1916, right? This elephant was like 22 years old. Imagine if you're a kid, you're like, I remember when we went to watch them hang the elephant. Like that's your grandmother's story.
No, you did not, Grandma. Go to bed.
It's on Wikipedia.
Like they know what Wikipedia is.
Everybody knows what Wikipedia is now.
Not old people.
Ah, come on. Old people are Googling their heads off.
Is that
not someone that was a child in 1916.
That person being 120?
Yeah. I like to Google myself. See if I'm... So the chain snaps and the children were fleeing in terror. The severely wounded elephant died during a second attempt and was buried beside the tracks. Imagine digging that hole. Wow. A veterinarian examined Mary after the hanging and determined she had a severely infected tooth in the precise spot where Red Eldridge had prodded her. This must have been before veterinary dentistry. All they had to do was figure out, the elephant freaked out and killed the guy, but the authenticity of
whenever I poke her right here, she loses her mind. Watch.
Crazy.
I was hitting that one tooth with a hammer, and boy, she really got upset. The authenticity of that photo was disputed. It certainly looks fake to me, but whatever the early 20th century version of Photoshop was, that might be it. So thank you, Matt. That was a rabbit hole I was not prepared to go down with Murderous Mary.
I think the early version of Photoshop was just people drawing
I was like,
painting.
just hand-drawn to the best of their memory.
Of course, it has been, people have regaled each other with tales of this in popular culture. A singer named Chuck Brodsky wrote a song called Mary the Elephant about that fateful day.
2-bit traveling circus, 10 to 15 railroad cars with a not so high wire, some leaks around the tent, educated sea lions, 4 or 5
Now get to the elephant killing.
He rode in on a boxcar and decided he would stay. He got a job as a gym, need to know about him. So they handed Red a stick for the afternoon parade. Only once did he whack Mary, it was his only mistake. She wrapped a trunk around him, threw him to the ground, stepped upon his head.
Ah, man, this song's making it worse.
You know what song?
That elephant had stepped on my head. What?
You know what song I was singing last night? I couldn't get it out of my head. Sir Rumpus or something? Or
Oh, please tell me what you're talking about.
Sir Rumpus?
What is Sir Rumpus?
No, the nostrils getting. Oh my God, I can't remember the name of it now.
Sing it.
It's a song about
the brave guys, Sir.
Oh, Sir Robin.
Sir
Rumpus.
The one they had.
He had his elbows broken, his penis split, and his eyes removed, and his
nostrils raped.
His nostrils raped.
That's what I was thinking.
From Camelot, he was not afraid to die. Oh, brave Sir Robin. He
Sir
was
Rumpus.
not
Sir
afraid
Rumpus, I was
to kill
close.
in nasty ways. Brave, 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 brave Sir Robin.
This is how the elephant killed the guy, is what you're saying, yeah.
He was not in the least bit scared to be mashed into
I didn't know what it was, and I kept humming it while I was
Yeah,
on the toilet.
Monty Python on the toilet.
his elbows broken.
Eyes gouged
to
out.
have his kneecap split and his body burned away, and his limbs all hacked and mangled, brave Sir Robin. His head smashed in and his heart cut out and his liver removed and his bowels unplugged and his nostrils raked and his bottom burnt off and his penis...
That's enough music for now, lads.
Swipe in.
Brave Sir Robin ran away, bravely ran away. I didn't. When danger is
Bowels unplugged.
he bravely turned his tail and fled. Yes, brave Sir Robin turned about I didn't. And gallantly he chickened out, bravely taking I never did.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere.
Is sponsored by Dunkin'. Making it to Wednesday is a win in itself. And to celebrate, Dunkin' Rewards members get a free donut with drink purchase every Wednesday, now through December. Limit one classic donut per member per Wednesday. Terms and exclusions may apply. Participation may vary. Offer ends 12/27/2023.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Eat that, you piece of crap.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Cavs are home for the week. They're coming off a win against Toronto last night. But they're off tonight. I think Rob's filling in for Corey Roddick. 105-102 was the win last night over the Raptors. Tomorrow night, they're going to host the Atlanta Hawks. Romo Fijo, that's a 7:30 tip-off. So 7 o'clock is when your pregame coverage will begin. And by that time, by 7 o'clock tomorrow, you will have had your mind blown by the Alan Cox Show. So keep that in mind, too. Act accordingly. You're going to get.
Are we doing something different tomorrow?
Hot celebrity goss with Perez Bilton.
That's probably not
so
gonna
no.
do it.
Comedian Todd Barry will join us.
Maybe.
Warmer. Listen, I don't know the degree to which people are. Some people have their minds blown very easily, and some other people, it's a little bit of a more of a climb.
That's what.
But as Miley said,
that's what it's about.
Nothing wrong with that. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, tomorrow, and then Dee Snider of Twisted Sister on the show next week, and I'll have those Rolling Stones tickets for you all week before they go on sale. They're going to play next June at Brown Stadium, which still doesn't have a new name.
Did you guys watch any of the football halftime performances? Dolly Parton dressed up like a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader.
Saw Dolly Parton.
Walking around, using the star behind her to keep her from falling over.
Yeah, people were saying that they would still hit at, what is she, 80?
Well,
77.
She's like RoboCop. I mean, she's all tucked in and she's all plastic, whatever, but she can still sing her ass off.
Smash, Bill?
She's in
Dolly
those.
Parton. Of course I am going to.
She's in those giant heels, so obviously she doesn't want to fall down. It was like watching Kiss. You know, when Kiss was here at the Romo Fijo, like, they're 70-year-old men. And so they're not moving around much because they have very heavy costumes on, and they don't want to trip. So they're kind of walking like they're on ice.
In all the years of Dolly Parton performing, how has there not been a nip slip?
Because, like I said, she is bolted into everything.
Okay.
She's not exactly Miss Dance Lady either. Like, she's not moving around like Beyonce.
And all these
she just kind of bops around up there.
She is bolted in, and she is spanxed in within an inch of her life. She's still a tiny woman, for sure. But
they got,
she's an example of having like an old woman who still has like all these breast implants, and everyone's like, oh, you're going to regret having those big boobs when you're old. It's going to cause all these back problems and blah, blah, blah. Dolly Parton is as old. I mean, she's not
77, I think, right?
She's not the oldest chick with like boob implants, but like she's a good model for them. Like she seems to be fine. They're not messing with her.
Yeah, we don't know what kind of counterweight she's got on her back.
Right.
They probably got like a weight. So she's
there's like a cantilever. And system of levers and pulleys. Who do you think is the oldest woman with breast implants, Poundcake?
I don't know the woman, but I would probably guess the oldest woman with breast implants, I'm going to say like 89.
And she just got them.
No, I was more curious about who you thought that person was.
No, because
the oldest that I know of is probably Dolly Parton.
I would say 77 is, I mean, that's old, but it's not the old, like.
But she just had them for so long, too.
When you get into the 80s and 90s, like, you're old. You're a senior citizen. You're old. 77 is like the middle ground to where you can still, like, do things before you're, like, wheelchair bound, where stuff starts going bad.
Well, I'm looking at an article from 2011, and it's about an 84-year-old grandmother who became the oldest woman in the world to have breast implants. Now, again, I have no idea how they would know that, but that's what they said. Marie Kolstad from California spent $5,000 on the procedure to help her find a new man. She went from a 36B to a 38D. There's a photo over there if you care to look. Well, this article is from 2011.
No, what I'm
So
saying,
she's probably dead.
I'm saying, what age did she get the boobs?
84.
84. She got them when she was 84.
She's an 84-year-old grandmother who just got brand new boobs.
Well, that's not the same thing.
You mean because Dolly's had hers for a long time?
That's what I'm saying. She has to re-up every 10 years, right? Like
She probably needs a tune-up.
Yeah.
Because when she got them, they were probably doing silicone. You know? So now she's like, oh, well, I got the saline now. You know, you got to re-up your boobs.
Saline.
Saline. I want to go and take my fat.
What?
Get it?
I took it out and they put it in. Yeah, well, because Dolly Parton said, fine, I'll do a rock album, but I'm one and done. The goddamn thing's got 30 songs on it. So she did Jolene, then she did 9 to 5, went into a Queen cover from the album. Actually, you know what? Let me show it to you because you don't want to hear it. Who cares about hearing it?
She sings so gentle, like she doesn't wail.
No, she has like kind of a baby doll voice, the same voice she's always had.
I kind of want to see her. I want her to take us to church, not church, church.
Well, here you go. Yeah, look at her. She's packed in, man. Probably got her grandson playing guitar or something.
That's what it looked like.
I love the folksy interludes. Yeah.
9 to 5ers. Here come the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders.
And she's dressed like, people are so mad. They're like, well, that's inappropriate for her to be dressed in that way.
Were they really mad?
I mean, there's always idiots that are mad about that stuff.
But I didn't think anybody had an unkind word for Dolly Parton.
Nah, there's always...
Dolly Parton has really been able to straddle, especially in country music.
Yep.
Which is not the most open-minded fan base on the planet, but she's always been very progressive, very screw you if you don't like what, obviously she's got the pop culture capital to do that.
Yeah.
But man, never look back. She's been married to the same guy for like 80 years or something, I was like, I was happy being in the background on a hardware store.
Today's my parents' 47th anniversary.
Today is?
Yeah.
Hey.
So long.
Congratulations.
Congrats. Well, do you take them out or?
They're doing their own thing.
Oh, yeah? 47.
47.
Yeah, my parents hit 51 before my dad died. That's a long time now.
So long.
You don't know yourself without a person.
Right. All right, back to Dolly. I want to see where she's using the stage to like guide her around.
I don't know where that is. I assume she's walking down some steps, maybe.
She's walking across the stage.
Yeah, across the stage. Yeah.
Oh, across?
Yeah, just let it play for a bit. Yeah, see?
Right there. She's lip syncing.
Trying to...
But it's not just the boobs. It's the hair.
Yeah.
It's the teeth. It's everything, right?
It's
the
all
boobs were the
fake.
joke
Yeah.
back in the day, but I mean, and boy, that was like the joke. Like talk shows. Dolly Parton was shorthand for giant cans. What am I? What do you? You know how they came up with that song "Islands in the Stream"? Ed. They saw
Tom?
Dolly Parton doing the backstroke.
Oh, breasts.
Oh, breasts.
I need like some big old boobies.
Yeah.
Some tickle bitties are great.
That's right. God bless Dolly.
And then
maybe drop the prices on Dollywood while you're at it.
The Dolly one was one thing, but the Jack Harlow one was atrocious.
I didn't see that.
He's like performing.
That was same game?
No, that was
different game.
That was the Lions and
Lions-Packers
I
game.
didn't know there were so
Packers
many
game.
halftime shows.
Well, there was two.
Thanksgiving's a big day for football.
So the Lions and the Cowboys play every Thanksgiving. So
Not against each other.
Not against each other. They have home games, and there will be halftime performances at their show, at their games. And it was Jack Harlow, and he was they tried to build him this set that was supposed to be like a magical winter wonderland, and it just looks like a middle school play. He goes down onto the field and he's walking around on like a plastic white tarp. It looks so bad.
They spent all the money on Dolly Parton.
Well, I don't know who does all the design.
Here's let me play the Jack Harlow for you. Yeah. Packers Lions.
Yeah.
Which I think Green Bay won.
Green Bay did win.
Yeah.
That was a big upset.
I kind of poked my head in a little bit, but my mom was more concerned about the Nuggets.
The ones that hit me the most look just like me. You tell me what that means. Make a slick comment and see what that brings. I've seen it go down. We can reenact things. Extreme like BMX sing. These boys soft and they PMS sing.
Like, what are you doing behind him, dude?
I was going to say, is that the sign language guy?
I don't think he's doing
Looks
any
like he's
sign
blind.
language.
He's just standing there.
Guy? I got instincts locked in a house, but I'm plotting down.
Look at that.
He's his shadow? I don't understand.
Looks like the Lincoln Way Middle School Art Department put the set together.
It's so bad.
when you order a halftime show on Wish.
Yeah.
What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in. I got options. I can pass that like Stockton.
Jack Harlow, I mean, God bless him. I've seen him, like, he's done SNL, and he's got okay timing.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, he's funny on there. I don't get what space he fills that isn't already filled. Who is he for? I know he's real popular.
He's just a live Mac Miller.
Well, I was going to say, is he like the Gen Z?
No, Post Malone's a live Mac Miller.
Fair.
Yeah, maybe so.
Again, I agree with Alan on this.
That's my point. Like, what space does he fill for, like, corny white rappers?
He's just a bunch of rollover. When one doesn't work out, like
from what?
G-Eazy flopped. MGK went more of the rock,
the
rock genre
pivot,
now. Yeah. So there's a couple spaces open.
But isn't Jack Harlow like kind of a big deal?
Yeah.
He
Okay.
had that Fergie remix, the glamorous remix, and that I feel like that was what kind of blew him up.
Yeah, but his set is so bad.
It's really bad.
It's so bad.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like he was like, I got a guy. You know what I mean? Like, the NFL doesn't need help.
I got you a job. You got to work on Thanksgiving, but I'm going to hook you up.
This is how he got famous on TikTok. He's like, I'm going to show you how to DIY your own halftime show. He's like, and 3 easy steps, you can have a halftime show stage, and I'm going to show you how to do it. He's out there with us, hammer and a saw.
A staple gun.
Here's how you get ahead
glue gun,
in the music
gun.
business, because royalties aren't what they used to be, and Spotify plays don't really pay you that much. So what I'm going to do is make my own halftime set and then take all the money I save by making it myself and keep it and save it for a rainy day.
Set design. Mm-hmm. Well, it was probably still during some kind of strike. It was the IATSE strike, probably. There was no crew working.
He probably screwed over his designer or something. Like they had to do something last minute.
Yeah.
I didn't see any of this. So
I didn't either.
Seeing it
I can't believe this is because I saw I was like on my I was making one of the things that I was making, and I popped over to see his set, and I just started laughing.
They could have given him some inflatables or something with some lights.
Anything.
They gave him paper mache.
Yeah.
Really, and then like.
And then just balls. Like they just like put up a few 2x4s and stapled white cotton to it. Yeah.
They don't love him. They don't love him.
Sir Rumpus is Poundcake's new DJ name. Somebody said.
Sir Rumpus.
Sir Rumpus is here for your wedding, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Sir Rumpus.
We're here to clear some asbestos.
Sir Rumpus will have a better halftime show than Jack Harlow.
Oh, for sure.
Is he from Detroit or something?
No, he's like Louisville or something.
Yeah, he's from Kentucky.
That's what I'm saying. He's got no connection to.
Well, he said I saw an interview and he's saying, "Oh, my grandpa's from Detroit," but they just put whoever's like they can get.
Yes.
Right. Who are the biggest white rappers right now?
Taking
out Eminem. Eminem's kind of like retired-ish. So
probably is Post Malone technically a rapper? Or is he a singer?
He's kind of trying to transition more into singing, right?
Yeah,
like
he's pop stuff.
Yeah, he's looking for longevity. So
hip hop is pop now too, because hip hop is on
who's
mainstream
the
radio.
Most popular one?
Right, but I'm just saying there's a very clear difference from guys who are rapping to guys who are singing. Like even Kid Rock I saw this guy at Club Soda in Kalamazoo, Michigan in 96. He had the big, tall kid and play hair. And next thing you know, he's shooting, not next thing, but 20 years later, he's, shooting cases of Bud Light because he knows where inside his bread is buttered and it ain't being a corny, white, lame rapper with dreadlocks. So you start singing Skinnerd covers. Alan, does Poundcake know who Dolly Parton's goddaughter is?
Yeah.
He might.
Miley Cyrus.
There you go.
I know that.
You knew that from the TV show.
That's why I was saying, because Trey Cyrus, like Miley Cyrus' half brother or something like that, I think he was the one playing guitar. I don't know that for sure, but he looked like the guy. They had a band for a bit, and they had like a couple mainstream hits.
Tia, who's 314 in the blacklist, she said, I had one wretched bitch at work who griped about Dolly Parton in the cowboy cheerleader outfit. I don't think anybody. I mean, I think that there should be some people who
I saw on social media that some people were saying stuff about that.
But also,
I think there are some pop culture figures who have more than earned
I was going to say
their ability to
and like
be
you said,
bulletproof, and Dolly Parton should be one of them.
She's never cared. She's never given a crap.
Especially now that she's old, she's really not going to.
Yeah.
And plus, at 77, old people automatically don't care about anything. So even if she was a person that was like insecure their entire life, I feel like you have validation. You're like, I beat out half the people. Most of the people that I graduated with are dead right now. I could wear this crop top and not care.
But also, the people complaining are 45-year-olds who don't look as good as Dolly Parton does at 80.
Right.
You know?
I think they got Jack Harlow because they couldn't get Pale Tone.
Pale Tone's the man.
Come in and do this. Who did the third halftime show?
They
3 games.
They didn't do a half. That one was a tribute to.
Oh no,
Slayer.
That's enough said. Tribute to Lard. What did you say?
Who was it? Because it was
Slayer.
Tribute to Lard.
No, it was a player. It was a.
Oh, a player.
It was. Who was it? Yes, it was. Thanksgiving, a tribute to Lard.
Tribute to mayonnaise. The old Robert Klein bit.
I can't remember what it was.
Struggling with police and hustle. To those who used to tell I wasn't a sucker. I used to watch TV till I fell asleep. Pasta is all I could ever eat. Framing pictures on my table. Now I'm able to chill and party. Should I have my own label? Rest in peace is Biggie and Pac. Those who told me what is real rap. As a kid, I dreamed about Mike. And now I know what it's like. Sing it, baby.
Whatever you say, whatever you do, do everything you can to make your dreams come true.
John Madden. It was a John Madden tribute.
Oh, okay. Tribute to John Madden.
They might have had something at the stadium, but it wasn't
Caliendo there?
televised. No, I don't think they were doing bits. I think they were just doing a little remember John Madden.
Huh.
How could you forget him?
You love those Thanksgiving days because you got to give out the turkey legs.
I know what'll cheer you up.
Going to break. We're done for the day.
More Jenna.
It's time for Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
Well, I'm just thankful that I don't have to deal with Amy anymore because she's a piece of crap.
Yeah.
This has been Sweet Nothings
Jenna.
with Jenna from Poland.
Eat that, you piece of crap.
Wow. Jenna's got some things to work out. Fresh off Thanksgiving. All right, let me take this break. We'll come back, wrap everything up. You want to get the final word in, shoot me a text, 35192.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
On Paramore, on Black Keys, 30 seconds.